Sanjeev.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for tuning into Radio Zindagi on this election night, November 3rd, 2020. Finally, that day is here, and we're about to get you all the latest that you need to know when it comes to election 2020 results. I am Sanjeev, coming live to you from Radio Zindagi studio in Edison, New Jersey. Radio Zindagi, USA's, America's first South Asian radio network from East Coast to West Coast. Up here in East Coast, we are live on 7:40 a.m. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. We are also on 100.7 FM in Suffolk County, New York, and then 1310 a.m. up in Parsippany, Morris County, and then 96.7 FM in Edison, Middlesex County. These are our four frequencies on the East Coast. On the West Coast, we are loud and clear live on 1170 a.m. San Francisco, San Jose Bay Area. In between, we are on Radio Zingi, DC, and Metro. Also, Radio Zingi's Facebook page for the East Coast is Radio Zingi Tri-State. For the West Coast is Radio Zindagi. And for Radio Zingi DC Metro is Radio Zingi DC Metro. That's a Facebook page. And of course, our app that you can stay connected no matter wherever you are. Welcome to this election 2020 special as kind of part of the Eye on the White House, but not exactly the Eye on the White House. Most of the polls are closed now, so we're getting ready to bring you all the latest news and the update that you really need to know when it comes to result. And this show, you can also watch it on Radio Zingi's platforms of Facebook pages as well as on YouTube. Just search in India ITV, that's EYE, Indian ITV, and you can watch it live on Facebook as well as we are live on the Daily Hunt, which is one of India's most popular OTT platforms. So we thank and we welcome our viewers on the Daily Hunt as well. Okay, election 2020 finally it's here. 50 states, two candidates, two different visions, and 538 total electoral votes. Candidate needs 270 votes to win it. 2020, a year like no other, and election 2020 is like no other. In this special show for next 4 hours, 5 hours, we're going to give you all the updates that you really, really need to know. And to begin with, I'd like to welcome one of our very, very dedicated team members, RJ Toy, who does the show on Monday through Friday, 4 to 5, right here on Radio Zindagi. He opens up this hour with me. RJ Toy, welcome to the show. Good evening to you.
Well, thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you so much for having me on the show. You
Yes.
know, Sanjeev, you said something very important. You said this is an election like no other,
Yes.
because this year has been like no other in memorable history, and it's not an election which started today. It's been an election which has been going on for the last 3 or 4 weeks with the mail-in ballots, in a pretty unprecedented form.
Yes, absolutely. The election started, but today is it's still called, Arjitoy, today is still called the election day because it started
You're
a
right.
couple of days ago because of this year's situation pandemic. But today, the day is still called election day. And now all the votes are going to be counted or the counting has already begun. Some of the states' results have already come out. So we're going to give all our updates. And I want to let our listeners and the viewers know that during this hour, we're also going to have a guest coming in and they're also going to share their thoughts and views on election 2020. All right, RJ Toy, let me begin with you. What have you noticed so far? What's the latest on the red and blue?
So before I jump into what's happening, I just want to say, typically every year, cut back to 2016, I remember sitting in front of the TV and watching President Trump come into power. But this year, because of the preponderance of mail-in ballots, I do believe it'll be unlikely that we will know for sure who the winner is even by tonight. There was a news article saying that New Jersey might take 10 days to finish the voting here. So unless someone has a big landslide or something happens in the electoral college, it is unlikely that we will have a clear winner by tonight. But
You
so
know,
far, sorry, go ahead.
Ajay, I was going to say that anything could happen once the result starts coming out now.
Correct.
Anything could happen between now and the final election. Every single vote is counted in the country. So let's see.
And don't forget, there are also threats by on some sides that, whatever results are there, we'll challenge it. So that
Yes.
could be another ball game. But so far, if I may,
Yeah, please.
the results which have come in till now, as you already know, the Republicans have won Kentucky, and the Biden has, of course, carried Vermont with him. So Mitch McConnell keeps the Senate seat as well. So if Nancy comes on, we'll probably see the drama which has been playing out in the Senate again. Not something I want to see, though, I'll be honest with you.
Let's see what happens. But anyway, so Kentucky has gone to red. Kentucky has been red. And then what was the other state that you mentioned?
So Vermont, Bernie
Vermont.
Sanders state,
Okay.
Vermont
All
has
right.
gone to Biden so far.
Okay, that was expected. That was
I
expected. All
guess.
right. So that is to begin with. Ladies and gentlemen, the counting of the votes has already begun. And as you are listening to the show live on any one of our frequencies, you are also watching it live on our Facebook pages as well. You can just Google our Facebook pages and you will get them. You can also watch us live on YouTube channel. Just search in Indian ITV. That's EYE, Indian ITV. And of course, we are on Daily Hunt, which is a very popular, a very happening OTT platform in India. Which one is the next state, Arjit, that you think is really going to be up there soon that we can say?
Well, I'll tell you, more than the states, there's something very interesting which has happened. There was a lot of back and forth about, which date will they consider for cutoff of mail ballots and stuff like that, right? And some people said that, okay, whatever comes in today will be counted. But Pennsylvania counties have decided to set aside ballots which have been received after 8 p.m. on election day. So, there are things which are happening. From state to state, it varies. Like in some states, it's 8 o'clock. And New York, for example, they give me up till 9 o'clock. So in Philadelphia also, some poll watchers have been denied entry into Philadelphia polling stations, or so the Republicans are claiming. So there is a lot of masala, to use a good South Asian term, going on right now. And I'm sure as the night progresses, the drama will unfold itself for itself.
Yes, absolutely. Now let's talk about some of the battleground states which are up for grabs, and these are the battleground states out of 6 or 7 states. I think two states, two of them are going to be a game changer. One is Pennsylvania,
Oh,
and the
yes.
other one could be Arizona or Wisconsin. Let's see what happens, because if Donald Trump loses Pennsylvania, then he's going to have tough time to reach to 270.
So it's very interesting you should mention this. I was just, getting caught up on the news before the show. And, right now also I'm getting a live update. So the analysis was that apparently last time when Hillary Clinton stood, African-American voters did not come out of their houses to vote in Pennsylvania, so it's claimed. Now, Joe Biden himself is physically in Philly right now, trying to urge people to do so. And the other story which is developing is Arizona. Although there's always been traditionally a red state, there is a speculation that what if Arizona goes blue? Of course, there's no facts or figures behind it right now, but there is a lot of speculation which is going around on this matter.
Okay, so let's see what happens, because surprisingly, in the year 2016, Donald Trump took Pennsylvania under his wings when he got about 304 electoral votes, if I'm not mistaken. But now this year, Pennsylvania and Ohio, RJ are the key states for any one of the candidates to win. Joe Biden perhaps may lose Ohio because of fracking, because in these two states, energy sector and the energy issue is so important, and
Mhm.
because of Vice President Joe Biden's flip flapping on the fracking issue,
Oh,
it could
yes.
hurt him. It could hurt him, and Donald Trump has done the best he could to campaign in Pennsylvania. So let's see what happens.
And, on the issue of fracking also, Western Pennsylvania may not perhaps vote for Biden because they're depending on fracking to open up the economy and jobs for them. And, because of Biden's stance on the climate and economy, if fracking doesn't open up for them, Western Pennsylvania may decide to vote against Biden. So, Pennsylvania as a state is pretty divided. I mean, there's Philadelphia and all, which is traditionally a little more blue, but the Western Pennsylvania states, and, Biden keeps talking about his Scranton background all the time. So it may, whether, in his home ground, he will actually hit hit a home run, we don't know yet.
All right, very well said. Listeners and the viewers, during this special show, we're also going to give you update on the local races. Some of the local key races are important, especially in New Jersey. For the Senate race against Democrats, Cory Booker, Indian American candidate Rick Mehta is looking for the Senate seat. So let's see what happens. We're going to give you update on that one also. And the other part is Radio Zingi being so strong in Edison area, and Edison, as you know, is the town heavily populated by Indian Americans. You know, they are residents also, as well as many of them have their businesses. And Edison school system is one of the most, I guess, important school system in the state. And for Edison Board of Education, we have a very young candidate, Mr. Yash Pandya, trying to get a seat on Edison Board of Education, column 3 for him. We're going to give you his update also when the vote count begins and when it's updated. So all in all, in this show, of course, president's elections results, as well as some key races nationwide. You know, RJ Toy, one of the races that I'm really keeping an eye on it is in South Carolina, Lindsey Graham.
South
They
Carolina
have
and
spent,
Florida.
yeah, North Carolina, Florida, but in the South Carolina together, they have spent more than $125 million.
Wow.
So
In
that
campaign.
is going to be, yeah. And Donald Trump's biggest supporter and biggest backer, besides Mitch McConnell, is Lindsey Graham.
Mhm.
So let's see what happens, because if Donald Trump wins, but if he doesn't have Republicans majority in the Senate, then it's going to be very, very hard for him
We're going to have a
to
replay of what was happening all the last 4 years, you know?
absolutely, absolutely. You know, currently
And that's a
House
waste of
has,
taxpayers' money because, you know, we've had so many issues which have been rotated and rotated in the last
Yes.
4 years in Senate, and then finally it gets passed. And then, you know, I mean, for example, the stimulus bill right now, there's so many people who don't have jobs, right? If the second stimulus bill were to pass, many people would have had at least $1,000, $2,000 in their pocket by today. You know, I'm happy you mentioned that. If I may just turn the spotlight a little bit on Florida, because that's
Please.
also, you know, as we are talking of these swing states. So apparently, there's a tally done by the New York Times which says more than 80% of the precincts have already reported voting, and Biden and Trump are apparently neck and neck over there. Biden apparently is pulling ahead in the traditional Democratic territories of Southern Florida, but the thing is, the Panhandle, where the Republicans are very strong, is yet to be reported. So Florida again, you know, and Florida has upset so many presidential elections in the past, going back to so many when George Bush's time. Florida always has an ace up its sleeve. It looks like.
You know, it's a good thing that you mentioned about Florida, and I want to share this fact with our viewers and listeners, and that's a very interesting fact. But before I go there, I just want to let our viewers and listeners know. The reason I say viewers, because many of us, we have many followers on YouTube and on Facebook as well. Toy, what I was going to say is that. In 2016, when Trump, somebody from outsider jumped into politics and then put everybody aside, and when he surprised and shocked everyone in a country by winning the U.S. presidency by electoral votes, he lost by popular votes by about 3 million popular votes to Hillary Clinton. What I'm trying to say that in the year 2016 and the year 2000, remember George Bush Jr. and Al Gore? When
Right.
Florida was at the center of the
Recount.
attention, recount, and then recount, and finally George Bush got the state. So what I'm saying, in our lifetime, we have seen two of these popular votes won by the loser candidate and electoral votes won by the winning candidate, and that's how they became the president.
Well, Sanjeev, I'm probably going to go ahead in my crystal ball over here. I think we're going to see a lot of those recount kind of stuff happening this time, probably.
Yes.
You know?
Okay.
Right.
There we go. I think we are actually getting joined by one of our guests, Mr. Yogi Chugh has logged in, and I think his microphone is off. I'd like to welcome him to this the election 2020 special. Yogi Chugh is joining us from California, I believe. Mr. Chugh, welcome to the show.
It's good to be here, man. It's always
Thank
a
you.
privilege and honor to be on your program.
Likewise, thank you so very much. I'm here, and then Radio Zingi's very own RJ Toy is on the other side, and we started with the with the opening news of election 2020 results. You tell us what's your take on it and what do you see so far and what do you think it's going to happen?
It's too early in the evening. This election is probably a historic election. The turnout is large. It's yet to be seen. This election is going to be a razor thin margin, and all bets are off right now.
Our country is divided. I mean, it's a fact. There's no doubt about it. Country is divided. What I have seen is that you put all the polls together and you look at all the polls and you see that both of them have their equal share of a following. Maybe Biden has a little bit of an upper edge. With that situation, Mr. Chugh, you being, a Democrat, do you really believe that Biden has a chance to win it this time?
I do believe that. It's early night, as you know, polls have just closed in some of the states and the results are coming in. It's really going to come down to razor thin margins. This election.
What are the states, what are the battleground states you think that Biden will be able to put it under his sleeve?
That's a hard one to tell right now, to be honest with you. I'll tell you, I've been watching these polls and we've been looking at the elections. The thing about this is that there are two extremes of people who are extremely passionate about this election. The elections will be won on the fringes. I've heard that Kentucky has gone out for Trump so far.
Yes.
I think this election, and then the second state that's been called for, if I'm not mistaken, I'm sorry, I've been swamped in the middle of my own campaign here in the Bay Area.
Koi baat nahi. I think Vermont has gone to Biden.
And Indiana has gone to Trump, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
It is heading that way. Yes, correct. That's what I last know.
Okay.
11 seats, something like that.
Mm.
Right.
You mean 11 votes?
That's correct. And I'll tell you, the way I see this election, Michigan, I think, will be called for Biden, is my sense. Pennsylvania, it seems that it's a tough one to call right now. The GOP lawyers are all lined up and everything else, so nothing good comes out of that. And Pennsylvania will take longer. There seems to be a lead leading towards Biden, it seems. And it's interesting, I'll tell you. Florida will be called tonight. That's my sense.
Okay.
Broward County will be in play again. So I'm telling you, at this moment in time, as much as I'm optimistic about a win for Biden, I'm telling you, this is going to be a closer election than most people thought. And I'll tell you, one of the things that I've been hearing, which is kind of ironic in this very sense of the populist vote of the South Asian vote. My regret is that there's a lot of closet voters on the Democratic side for Trump. That's what's going to make this a margin of victory. Texas, I think Democrats will prevail. Arizona is going to be an interesting one.
If Texas turns blue, that is going to be the major news.
Mr. Chugh is not totally right now. Texas Democrats are leading as of now, but
yes,
there are some states which have been wrapped up, and I'm looking at a live map. So Oklahoma apparently has Mr. Trump has they're calling it a win with 61.8% of the votes, and as he said, the Indiana. We spoke about Indiana, 11 electoral votes. The Republicans seem to have sealed with 58.4%. And the other one we're looking at is Tennessee, 72.4% Republican. The states which the Democrats seem to want is one is Vermont, as we spoke about earlier. And 1 second, and we are looking, and of course, New York too is probably going to be heading blue as of now.
Mr. Chugh, I'd like to get your opinion on Wisconsin. What do you think is going to happen in Wisconsin? Because after the incident in Kenosha, Wisconsin, it looks like it may turn blue, or after President Trump's number of rallies in the last few days in Wisconsin, and the last night being one in Kenosha, which was attended by thousands of his supporters. What's your gut feeling about Wisconsin? You think Biden will take that state?
The Chicago coattails always carry into Wisconsin, but my prediction is Trump carries Wisconsin. I hate to say that, but that's my sense.
If Trump gets Wisconsin and you're saying Texas and Pennsylvania goes Biden way, then Biden is going to be way ahead in reaching 270.
That's the fear that I have. But I'll tell you, this election will not be settled tonight. That's my
Okay.
sense.
That everyone's saying that. Let's see what happens, but we'll get, I think majority will get some of the idea by late tonight. Now, having heard from you about all the states and your gut feeling about them, let's talk about you personally, Mr. Chugh. You're also contesting for city council. So
We are.
yes, exactly. So you are a candidate for city council. When are your votes going to be counted? I mean, it's what, 5:24 in California. So you still have a couple of hours to go before polls close, right?
We got 25 people who are right now rounding up votes to get out the vote. And believe me, every vote is up for grabs. This is the razor thin margin. I've been of the school of thought that the elections are won in the last 2 hours.
An impulsive vote, right?
Nice.
But Mr. Chugh, you raise a very valid point. I do believe that in some states, even in the next 10 days, all the mail ballots would not have been counted. You see, with every mail ballot, they have to be received. Then there's a tallying of signatures, and then they go for processing before they're finally counted. And, as you know, in New Jersey, for example, Sanjeev, the Home Guard has been brought to help out because, there's a shortage of manpower. But so I do believe that, as Mr. Chugh said, that it would take a good, I would even put it out as maybe 10 days before the time most votes are finished counting. Okay. So we could be living in this limbo for 10 days.
And our best wishes are with you. Our best wishes are with you, Mr. Chugh. I hope that you are elected as a city council member.
Right. If I can just speak about Florida for one moment.
Please.
It has the ability to have an interesting twist. The modeling had showed that Biden was ahead by 500,000 votes going into Florida. But I'll tell you, the Cuban-American vote is going to solidify this. There are 4 counties in Florida that will define this election. I have a sense that either this is going to get called early or it's going to be a rewind of Broward County recounts.
As per my understanding and what I have been hearing and reading somewhere, in the media and everywhere, and I'm just not quoting one source, but many sources, Hispanic American community across the nation, I think they are supporting Trump than Biden for some reason.
They are. And I'll tell you what I've been finding. The Latino American community is a community of 2 extremes. The middle-class Latinos believe in the entrepreneurial system of America. They believe that hard work can lead you to prosperity.
True.
Somewhere along, I think the Biden campaign has not been able to make a case for the Latino community. They often believe that the Latino community is just focused on issues such as comprehensive immigration reform and DACA. I think it's short-sighted. The Latino vote wants prosperity. They want a better future for their children than they have on their own. And many of them have left a country where they felt that they were unable to succeed. So I think the Latino vote is going to make a significant difference. And I'm telling you, Latino communities will deliver the election. Many people are also saying that the South Asian community is going to be the margin of victory. With a 72% Democrat and a 28% Republican, I'm not sure how it's going to happen unless it's in places such as Houston, Austin, and the suburbs of Texas, where we have a large population. But my prediction is the Latino vote's going to come out, and whoever can get the Latino vote will be president tonight.
Okay, we'll definitely talk. We'll definitely talk about it. Exactly. Now, Mr. Chugh, before I let you go, as we are expecting another guest to come in any minute, before I let you go, tell us about yourself quickly and tell us about the city council seat that you're running for, and what would you like to do?
Well, we're working hard. We got a crowded field. We've mobilized. We have run an aggressive get out the vote. Every single vote we've ID'd and targeted. We believe in the next 2 hours, we pull out another 100 votes, we win this election.
Okay, good luck to you, Mr. Chugh, and we'll definitely connect. And once and all, after all the election 2020, each and every single vote is counted. Hopefully we'll connect it at the time.
Wonderful. Thank you. It's always a privilege and a pleasure to come on your program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm honored. Thank you so very much, and good luck to you. All right. As we are moving on, once again, listeners and viewers, it's election 2020 special right now on Radio Zindagi. In this hour, joining me is Radio Zindagi's very own RJ Toy with us. And then you can also watch it live on Radio Zindagi's YouTube channel. So go on YouTube and watch it. Look for Radio Zindagi or Indian Eye, EYE, Indian Eye TV, and watch it live. Toy, what Mr. Chugh said.
I have some news for all our listeners in New Jersey.
Please.
The polls are closed. The ballots have been tallied, and soon New Jersey will be picking his choice. And it seems, it looks like Biden is heading for of course, that was expected. New Jersey will remain blue.
I am not surprised at all. Since
Yes.
since last what year? I think since last 32 years or so, it's been a blue state. New Jersey has been. New Jersey voted for Republican during George
Christie.
H.W. George H.W. Yeah. All right. That was a time when they voted for Republican. Ever since then, Toy, we have had Republican governor for 2 terms. That's a Chris Christie. But New Jersey has been a blue state, and it's not going to be turned. It's not going to turn red anytime soon. I'm telling you that. So that's what it is. So I'm not surprised.
And also, to be honest, like if you analyze, if you look at the leadership, like Phil Murphy is a very prominent governor. Cory Booker is a very visible senator. Now we have had Rick Mehta, who's actually made quite a lot of waves, at least in the community. So Republicans also need to have a face or maybe strong leadership, like the types of Rick Mehta, etc., to propagate the cause for republicanism. Like today, if you think of the party here, we need a great leader, and that's sometimes if people can't identify a face with the party sometimes.
Absolutely. And we're going to be soon joined by Mr. Rick Mehta, Indian American candidate, first Indian American candidate running for the Senate seat, and opposing Cory Booker, who is the senator for Democratic Party. And he also came in, as you know, because Frank Lautenberg's seat got vacant when Cory Booker was a mayor of Newark, and that's how he came in. And obviously, we all know that he's not really in love with New Jersey because he tried his luck in the presidential election also this year. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it.
Yes, a point which Mr. Mehta has, repeatedly strained upon his campaign that he was missing for most of the senatorial votes.
Exactly.
But anyway, let's see. Of course, you have to, progress.
All right, we're going to be joined by Mr. Rick Mehta any moment. Once again, listeners and viewers on YouTube, just search for Radio Zindagi and then watch us live on YouTube. That's a Radio Zindagi. And other than that, all our Facebook pages, which is Radio Zindagi,
Sanjeev, I have an update.
And Radio Zindagi Tri-State. Yeah, go ahead.
I just got an update. Trump beats Joe Biden in South Carolina. You were speaking about South Carolina.
Well, so South Carolina.
Yeah. So I just got the update.
So now there is a little bit of good news that if South Carolina has gone to Trump, then Lindsey Graham has chance to win, and hopefully we're going to be okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe Mr. Rick Mehta is trying to join us live in this election 2020 special. He's joining us right there. Rick, how are you? Welcome to the show.
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you?
We are okay. We are okay, my friend. We were just talking about you, New Jersey Senate race, Rick Mehta, and the Indian American candidate for the first time. We're proud of you, Rick.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Look, I'll tell you right now, the polls have closed. We've run an incredible race. They closed at 8 o'clock. I'm so proud of the team and everything we've accomplished. We've made history here in New Jersey, and I couldn't be more proud of everything we've come, and really it's a testament to all the sacrifices and the risk that the Indian American community has taken, that Indians that have immigrated here to New Jersey and to America like my father has done. It's a blessing, and it's a reflection of what incredible advancements I think our community has made in America. So very proud of everything.
Absolutely, absolutely well said.
A few minutes ago, Sanjeev and I were talking about the fact that, New Jersey seems to be heading towards blue again. And I was saying that, the thing is, with the blue candidates, we see a leadership now in the Republican Party. If there's a face like you, who would lead the party, perhaps there would perhaps be a red future for the state someday or the other too.
Yeah, it's a funny state, right? You have 2 million roughly 2 million Republicans, 1 million Democrats, and about 2 million unaffiliated. So, we have to see where the ballots will be falling. Early projections, without even counting, say that the Democrats are going to win New Jersey. But we know that that's been proven wrong many times. So, we're going to have to see how the ballots come out. Right now with early reporting with 5%. I'm within a 5-point margin of incumbent Senator Booker. So, we're just going to keep watching. We'll be down in Middlesex County in Edison at Akbar Restaurant with our, live watch party. And, we'll just be keeping tabs. This year, I got to tell you, there's just so much passion for change. I think people feel so suppressed by the one-party control that we have in New Jersey with the Democrat governor and 2 Democrat U.S. senators for the last 50 years. People want and really want a checks and balance, and they expect that. So it's yet to be seen, but we're very optimistic, very excited.
Rick, I must say that in this year, in 2020, as we all know, it's a very unusual year. In this year, you decided to jump into the race a first time ever, and they're also representing Indian American community. I'm telling you, it takes a lot of courage and a lot of guts to do that. And we're very, very proud of you. Lessons learned in this campaign, which I am sure will help you in a long way. Do not give up on your dreams and do not walk away from your aspirations. Continue to do what you want to do for the state of New Jersey and for the Americans in the Washington, D.C. And you will always have our support, my friend.
And
Thank
Rick,
you. That means so much to me.
And Rick, I'm someone who always believes it ain't over till it's over. So
Yes.
Let's wait till that last vote is counted.
Absolutely.
We might be seeing you somewhere else this time too.
Listen, we're going to keep fighting. I'm very excited about President Trump's next 4 years election. I'm very excited what the people of New Jersey are going to bring to the table. And like you said, it ain't over till it's over. And we'll continue to stay optimistic and see how the ballots count. But I know that there is a change coming here in New Jersey. So
yes, absolutely.
Stay tuned.
Absolutely. The fat lady hasn't sung yet, my friend. So you hang in there, and do touch base with us a couple of hours later. We're going to be here till past midnight. We're going to be here till 1 a.m.
Okay. Sounds good, guys. I'll check in with you once we get to our destination site. Okay. God bless.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Rick Mehta, first Indian American candidate running for Senate from the state of New Jersey. We're so proud of him. RJ Toy, correct me if I'm wrong. I have gotten note here that Fox News is reporting that Trump has won Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Missouri, and Oklahoma.
Yes, I'm actually looking at the live map right now, and the states are popping up, so one by one. So
these, I mean, you can correct me, and the listeners and the viewers, you can also send in your messages on a Facebook page. Should anyone wish to call in the studio number, most welcome to do so. 732-662-4701. That's our number, 732-662-4701. So happy and so excited to be with you on this election night on America's biggest South Asian radio network. That's a Radio Zindagi. That shows our belief and our commitment towards community and also being a station which gives you all the latest information that you need to know besides best entertainment.
So whilst you were talking about the states wise, I'm giving the national figure which I have as of now, and as you rightly said, for the winner to be declared a winner, you need 270 electoral votes. Yes. So right now, Biden is at 16,102,231 votes. That's 48.5%. And Trump is at 16,683,039 votes. That's 50.3% as of, what's the time now? 8:38 Eastern time.
Okay.
I mean, I was actually announcing the figure and it suddenly changed on me. I said, whoops.
That's going to happen. That's going to happen. All right. Now, allow me to share this news with you. As we are talking about, Republicans keeping majority in the Senate, they're going to try to do that, RJ Toy. As you know, currently right now in the Senate, there are 53 Republicans and 47 Democrats. That's what makes a Senate right now. And the news has just come in that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell defeats Democratic challenger Amy McGrath in Kentucky.
Yeah.
So that's what the latest. If Republicans keep majority in the Senate, then definitely Mitch McConnell will continue to be the leader of the party in the Senate.
Well, let's see how that one goes.
All right.
But I think it was great talking to Rick. I mean, he gave a lot of, if I may say, insight into how the electorate in the state has been thinking, and and you quite rightly said that maybe is it time for a change. I mean, people are in New Jersey, and we are trying to figure out what's happening and will the future change. So when you see people like that, especially someone from our own community coming up, it gives not only hope for people who are looking for change, but also many people in our community who aspire for a senatorial position or even a presidential position one day. We could very well have a Desi president one day. Sure. I mean, South Asians have grown by 300% in the last census, and some South Asian groups, like say the Telugu people, have grown 900%. So yes. I could very well see a day where South Asian could probably really, in the White House.
Good point. Yes, good point. Now, Toy, we're going to be joined by Mr. Eric Alexander and Mr. Dharminder very soon, right now on Radio Zindagi in about 5 minutes or so. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a personal question. If Donald Trump is reelected for another 4 years, what would you like your president to do that would make you happy, that would make you proud of his presidency? How would you summarize that? And the second part of the question is, if Joe Biden wins it, what would you like him to do for next 4 years?
So either whoever wins right now, right? You see today, why are we all in America today? We have left the countries of our birth, and like us, many other people from across the world have come to America. What is America's main competitive advantage? The way I see it, America's greatest asset is the quality of life. We come here, in India, you could be a multimillionaire, billionaire, but you have to worry about, crime, about people worrying about your money. In America, even a person who's who's in a very lower job can afford a quality vacation, a good home, a good school for their children. What really affects our quality of life in America today is the healthcare. And it's the lack of this healthcare which actually will make America lose its competitive advantage for the best talent to keep coming. Our healthcare system is pretty broken. I mean, you cannot go to a doctor or without getting an insurance, etc. And even then, after paying insurance, the co-pays are so high. I'm not speaking of the socialist model, but definitely there could be a better model out there. So whether it is President Trump coming back for a second term, or whether it's Mr. Biden coming in and trying to reinforce Obamacare or whichever model that he has in mind, the healthcare system is what would be my one and most greatest aspirations. We are all getting older, and soon we'll be dependent on that system. Secondly is also to make sure that America keeps on attracting the best talent from across the world. If we don't fix that healthcare problem which we have, it's going to be a nightmare. And not only that, we will lose our good talent to other countries of the world. And as a result, we might lose our competitive disadvantage. So to preserve the quality of life, to preserve America the way as we know it, we really need to do something about this healthcare. And it wasn't this bad just a few years ago.
No, absolutely.
People could go to a doctor, pay, and get seen. But today, without insurance, you can't move anywhere.
But Toy, nothing stays forever same. Changes are evident. And
that's one change I want to be happening very soon.
But I'm not talking about changes are evident in terms of presidency. I'm saying changes are evident in terms of time. When the time changes, everything changes. And now we're in 2020. Years ago, a decade or two ago, it was a different thing. Anyway, listeners, right now, time in the studio is 42 minutes past 8 o'clock. Soon we're going to be joined by Mr. Eric Alexander, who's going to be joining us from Nassau County, Long Island, if I understand. And also Mr. Dharminder is going to be joining us from California. I see one of our own, Harry Malhotra, is trying to log in. I don't know whether he's doing it for Eric Alexander or he's just getting ready for the next hour, because in next hour, Harry is going to be leading that hour, I believe, along with Shobhan Saxena ji, if I'm not mistaken, right, Toy?
That's correct. Okay. So right now,
all right, give us the latest news, Toy.
Yes, I'm just trying to see. The thing is now, when you read the news today, in the last few years, the media itself has got so colored with political overtones that before I give a news, I normally pause and.
News,
news keeps on popping up in both the red and the blue media all over.
Yeah,
right?
Media has
been. We have Mr. Eric Alexander with us.
Yes,
I believe
media has
he's
been
really done a
unfair
great thing.
ever since Trump became president. Media has been unfair. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, one of the individuals, one of the guests that we've been waiting is none other than Mr. Eric Alexander joining us right now. Eric Alexander, Director of Vision in the Long Island Smart Growth Planning Organization. He's the Director of Vision Long Island, a regional smart growth planning organization, has nearly 20 years of experience in housing, transportation, community development, and coordinating successful community projects. Sir, good to have you. Good evening.
Thank you. Great to be here. Thank you. Thanks for having me on this election night. How you gentlemen doing?
You're very welcome. And of course, one of our own, Harry Malhotra, who's very active in your area when it comes to politics, he requested that we must have Mr. Eric Alexander. So you're with us and we are happy to have you.
And I just want to say Harry's phenomenal. He's been a real leader with us with our Long Island Main Street Alliance, representing both the South Asian community, Town of Oyster Bay, and Hicksville, all kind of at once, and really getting aid to a lot of people. He's been really helpful. He's been a dear friend. So
yeah, he's great. He's great in that. Anyway, Mr. Alexander, walk us through, what kind of air that are you breathing right now in Long Island when it comes to red and blue?
Red and blue. Long Island's kind of purple. It's really always been. I mean, look, in 2016, Suffolk went pretty primarily for Trump and Nassau just slightly for Clinton. We may have that similar result here where we would think Suffolk might go for Trump and Nassau will be for Biden. It's going to be a mixed bag. I mean, turnout's been overwhelming. There's been 400,000 more votes, early ballots and absentee ballots, early voting in Nassau, and 250,000 in Suffolk. So these numbers are way up. So more people are voting. So it's almost impossible now to tell, who's voting more. I think there are some. Let's put it this way: the presidential elections dominating everything. There are important congressional races and state senate races. They're just kind of lost in the sauce a little bit. And I think people, honestly, on Long Island, they're overwhelmed with a lot of issues that they're facing, like everybody with coronavirus. And I think people are getting a little tired of politics, quite frankly. They want to vote and be done. That's the mood we're hearing out there right now.
I thought, you and Harry and everybody has been working so hard in Nassau County to turn that red. I thought you would be able to do that. But what you're saying is that it may go to Biden.
Let me be clear. I run a not-for-profit 501c3, right? So I can't get in red or blue per se. I'm just giving you observations of what I see on the street, right? Clearly there are really strong organizations in Town of Oyster Bay and Town of Hempstead that are turning out Republican votes for sure. In North Hempstead and Nassau County is typically blue, would be more blue. That's a Democratic stronghold. You expect those to hold. In Suffolk County, Huntington has become a little more Republican. But Babylon, is a Democratic stronghold. As we look into Caven and Islip are typically Republican strongholds. Riverhead's always has been Republican lately. So we're kind of a checkerboard out here.
Okay. I think Mr. Alexander raised a very valid point. I think the number of people who are exercising their franchise probably for the first time, there are many people who have never voted before. Yeah, they've never bothered about it, and finally they're realizing, elections have, elections have, they lead to circumstances. So if you want to determine your own fate, get out, vote. And suddenly we've had this huge influx of people, many of whom are first-time voters, and it's not that they are first-time voters due to age; they're just people who've never bothered to get up and vote, who actually come out to vote, and so they might actually, be the rabbit in the, the proverbial rabbit out of the hat, which changes things around this time.
Five issues we're hearing. People who hate Trump, people who love Trump, people who are engaged in the Black Lives Matter movement and are engaged for the first time from a social justice perspective, people who are engaged to support law enforcement, and that's more the blue lives, law enforcement, fire service, really, wrapping themselves around law and order and feel that's really different. And then there's this hidden group, which is tied to the small business community that Harry and I imagine you guys know real well. and certainly South Asian communities, is the concern about a lot of these lockdowns. The shutdowns, the regulations, it's like folks don't want more of that. It's like, at least a lot of the folks we're hearing, and I don't think you can say that out loud without being seen like you're someone who's going to kill grandma or grandpa, because of the health concerns, right? But there are people that are very quietly like, I don't want to shut my business down. I can't afford to not work. I can't work at home anymore. My kids got to go to school. Like, there's pocketbook issues that are tied to these government regulations, and I think it's a chatter, is a strong part of the electorate that I think you're going to find may tilt things one way or another when you really dig down. They may even not say this in exit polls, but this is what we hear.
Besides those 5 scenarios that you mentioned, you need to add one more scenario into it, and that is people who are watching mainstream media's certain news outlets too much and thinking about COVID-19 too much. They have their own reason of voting to someone, who.
Right. Look, I get, every night you have the national media, CNN, MSNBC is going to say one thing, and then you have Fox News is going to say something else. And honestly, America is kind of divided in, and look, not to say there are alternate news outlets, which you guys have here, and there's a whole slew of other resources people are accessing online, thankfully. But those two, it's like they're two different worlds. I mean, literally, how can you reconcile this information if you're looking at both?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your comments. Hang on with us for a minute as we are waiting for Mr. Dharmenderji from California. Join us.
Whilst we wait for him, I have some. We just had Mr. Rick Mehta here, who was a senatorial candidate, Republican senatorial candidate
for the U.S. Senate. Yes.
So there are unofficial results which are yet to be certified, but apparently Associated Press has declared Cory Booker the winner. So the unofficial results are Cory Booker with 228,000 votes and Rick Mehta with 163,000 votes, which is not a bad number for a first timer.
Not a bad number.
With a person standing with with a visible candidate like Cory Booker.
Good fight.
The Green Party and the other independent candidates were behind him. Okay. But Cory Booker was elected to his first post in 2013, and he's won re-election against. It seems he's heading for a winning against Rick Mehta as of now.
Yeah, I'm not entirely surprised, but I just wanted to see what kind of fight Rick gives at the end. And 168 versus 228 to Cory Booker, not bad, not bad.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, for a first timer.
And then the night is not over yet. Anyway, so as I was saying that we are waiting for Mr. Dharmenderji, I believe Dharmender Diwan, Mr. Alexander, who's very active, a Republican supporter in the West Coast. As you know, Radio Zindagi, we are in East Coast and West Coast as well. So we're waiting for him to join any minute. And meantime, I just want to share one thing is that Biden has 91 electoral points right now versus Donald Trump 73.
Oh, okay.
So that is the race to 270 result right now, 91 to Biden and 73.
I have a quick question for Mr. Alexander. So in this whole COVID situation and the elections and the run up to it, you run a nonprofit, right? Has your work been adversely or otherwise been affected by what's been going on in the country in the last few months? Elections.
Actually, our work has been more important than ever because we're hyper local. So in point in our work is tied to, we have 45 different main streets, downtown revitalization, Main Street part of. So, government regulations have wiped out Main Street communities. So we've gone from 20 years of grand openings to grand closings. So we're trying to save Main Street and get community people, and they've done a great job in Hicksville and the South Asian community, rallies around their own businesses, to your credit. And lots of other main streets do that. I think most Americans support their local small businesses, and they've been doing that through this pandemic, but it's been work because they've been up against a lot of regulations that have been detrimental to their livelihoods. And some of them don't make sense. I mean, you get 400 people in a Walmart in a parking lot, but you can't have
25 people. You gotta have 5 people in your shop.
Yeah. How does this work? You can go to a casino, but you can't have a few people in a movie theater. Some of this stuff is just irrational. So we've been all up against that.
And you open the bars, but you don't open temples and churches and everything else. That also unbelievable. So there is definitely a disparity, or but let me ask you a question, Mr. Alexander. Is there one or two things that you can say that Trump has accomplished in the 4 years in the office that you are very proud of?
I try to steer clear of the politics, but I'll say this. I think everyone gets behind, I'll say a good thing and a bad thing. A good thing is people rallying around American jobs. And I think that's a big part of his message. The thing we expected from him was an infrastructure bill, which didn't come. And I think, so I think just trying to analyze just at the top level, big things that folks would expect, the American jobs focus on the trade protections and all these things, I think local folks do care about. But we did want an infrastructure bill. We need money for sewers. We need money for transportation. This all generates economic development. And they just couldn't get it together, and that's unfortunate. We thought we'd get a deal maker that would make a deal with the Democrats and pull it together. And, that's my personal observation. I can't say it is Vision Long Island, but that's the top line.
No, absolutely. But being, first time for President Trump in the White House, right? And, do you think that if he's reelected, next term would be better and he would have most of these problems, which we thought he could have handled it better? Hopefully he'll be able to handle it better.
Whoever wins is going to have to pull this country together in ways, and particularly on the economics. We need another PPP loan. We need regulations reduced. We need an infrastructure bill like yesterday. The MTA is out of money. Our MTA here at Long Island Railroad, and we're out of money at the end of the year. So we are radically reducing service or shutting stations. So these are the kinds of Faustian choices that we're faced with without real leadership. And, I pray for whoever wins tonight.
Okay. Very good, Mr. Alexander. Thank you so very much for your time. And let's hope the best candidate for USA wins.
Yes.
May the best man win.
Nice to chat.
Thank you. Likewise. Thank you so very much. Take care. All right. About 4 minutes to go, RJ Toy in our time. And then next hour, our own Harry Malhotra with Mr. Shobhan Saxena ji will take over 9 to 10 right here on Radio Zindagi. Go ahead, RJ Toy. Any other update? We're still at 91.
There's a blip in the horizon about Florida and a body called the Decision Desk. They're like little covert in their thing, but it seems Florida is swinging red right now, which is like a few minutes ago we knew that Biden was winning, but there are, as I said, every type of media tries to color things with their own perception to influence voters, I guess, where voting is still open. But there is a report that Florida has also started going a little red right now.
Well, that's Florida, and I tell you, North Carolina reported about 73% of counting, and Biden is ahead by a couple of percentage points in North Carolina. Same thing in Ohio. Biden is ahead by as much as 10 points when 55% of voting has been already reported. So, it's really, really getting very intense. And I'm sure that that's how it's going to be. I think it's going to be nerve-wracking, Toy, for next hour or two.
I would say the nerve-wracking would probably continue for the next 10 days or so, because till all those mail ballots are in, you really don't have, you have a clear majority.
It's not going to be so much of nerve-wracking after today, but most of the things will be cleared by tonight, and then we'll know. And then, listen, once the night settles down and the other day morning comes in, everyone's going to get back into their regular routine, whether it's a school, business, work, job, whatever it is, they're going to try to put it behind. But next 2-3 hours are going to be the most intense.
I would actually maybe differ a little bit with you, because I think that even when the results are declared, there will be parties who will challenge a lot of the stuff, especially with the mail-in ballot system. And the fact that, many people are questioning the authenticity or, parts of the process. I think this fight will probably not be over that soon, but we'll see how things go. We have two gritty fighters on both ends.
Absolutely. Anyway, Toy, I thank you for your time. We'll touch base with you as we continue our special show right here on Radio Zindagi. Right now, you and I, Toy, we need to make room for Mr. Harry Malhotra and Shobhan Saxena to come in and take a lead for this, for this election 2020 special on Radio Zindagi.
Well, Sanjeev, we still got a minute. I want to talk to you guys. Toy, hold on a second. So here's the thing. Let me just add this on. Shobhan, how are you? ABC has predicted Donald Trump as the new president already.
Are you serious? Are you serious about that?
I can actually switch my screens.
Hi, Harry. Can you hear me?
Fox, CNN, ABC, and the whole thing going on right now.
Harry, as
just saying.
Ladies and gentlemen, Harry has his own way
Harry's
of talking, and Harry's got a crystal ball, no doubt about that. But Harry है ना, वो लंबी रेस का घोड़ा है, वो उसकी रिवीजन बहुत लंबी है. तो एक दिन के बाद, 2 दिन के बाद क्या फाइनल होने वाला है, वो अभी से प्रेडिक्ट कर सकता है. But Harry, that's a very interesting comment you made. I'm not so sure if it's for real or not, but it's a good to hear that.
Go on ABC right now. They just predicted. Okay. It's a prediction call. But thank you so much, guys. You guys were lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 9 p.m. As you know,
Harry, give me 30 seconds, please, for the station ID, and election show promo, and then right after that, you can start. Shobhanji, good to see you. Good to have you on this election 2020 show.
Hi, Sanjeev. Hi, Harry. Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you. We can hear you clearly. Toy, will touch base with you a little bit later on. Here's the station ID and the 30-second.
And all the best, Shobhan and Harry.
Yes. All right, Harry. Hang on, Harry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, election 2020 special show now enters into the second hour. As you are listening live on Radio Zindagi, all the frequencies, you can also watch us on our Facebook pages and also search for Radio Zindagi on a YouTube. Watch it live. Now I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Harry Malhotra and Shobhan Saxena, who's going to be with you for the next hour on Radio Zindagi. Guys, it's all yours. Take it. Enjoy it.
Harry, you're muted.
Thank you so much, Toy and Sanjeev. You guys were great, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, we started this at 8 p.m. ET, 5 p.m. PT. I'm joined with my good friend, Mr. Shobhan Saxena. We're going to be doing this till 3 a.m. ET. You're watching this live on Facebook, Zoom, and other platforms. You're hearing this on Radio Zindagi. As you know, 7:40 a.m. Tri-State, 100.7 FM Suffolk, 96.7 FM in Edison, New Jersey, 13:10 a.m. from Parsippany Central, New Jersey, 11:70 in San Francisco, California, the Washington, Maryland, DC area, also on iOS, Android, Alexa, iTunes, Google, the website, radiozindagi.com. And of course, do like the page. As I said, Radio Zindagi Tri-State and Radio Zindagi on Facebook. We're live on Facebook. Shobhan, how are you?
Hi, Harry. I'm fine. Good to see you. And what a night. And it's going to be a long night ahead.
It's going to be a very long night because, as you know, we're still waiting for Georgia. It's 9:03, so New York just closed and a few other states just closed. New Jersey closed almost an hour ago. What do you think is going to happen?
Oh, very difficult to say. As I said, it's going to be a long night ahead. I think the election is going to do a lot of flip-flop. Some states will become red for some time, then they'll change to blue, and then there'll be a suspense, and they may again turn back to red and blue. I think on one hand, the election is going on in very predictable lines. The red states are staying red, and blue are staying blue. and Donald Trump is actually winning the states he had won in 2016. So that makes it very difficult for Joe Biden's path to White House unless he flips some important states like Ohio, North Carolina, and Texas. Florida is still already looking not looking very good for Joe Biden. I think Trump is much ahead in Florida, but unless he flips.
Sorry to cut you off. That was a very huge surprise for me. I mean, it started off huge, and already started as a huge favor for Donald Trump, who's the incumbent, of course. But Florida, it was quite a surprise. And right now, I'm watching a few channels. Georgia right now is just in 33%. Trump is 56.5%, and Mr. Biden is 42.5%. Is just in 33%. Illinois, Trump is 41.8. Biden is 5.5. Indiana, of course, Trump is leading 60. But Florida was a huge surprise for me because it was always predicted that some counties, like the Miami-Dade County, was always the blue town, and it's all of a sudden turning into a red town. That was a huge surprise. The few states that I'm watching is Florida, of course, Pennsylvania. We're waiting, and then Ohio. I mean, Florida just right there is 29 electoral votes. Georgia, of course, is going to come in late. And then, the Carolinas, of course, there are a lot of incumbents there running. We'll see what happens. But Florida was a huge surprise for me, to be honest.
Yeah, I think another state we have to be very careful about and watch very carefully is Texas, because Texas has been traditionally a Republican state, and Trump won it last time. And so far, the projections from there show it's going to be a very, very tight race. And I think this is important that if the race is tight, which means that there's not much anti-incumbency vote against Donald Trump. He's in a comfortable position. He wins or not, we don't know. We'll not know it till tomorrow morning. What happens finally? But I think Biden should have had a good lead in some very important states. I think everyone talks about Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I think it may come down to Ohio and North Carolina. If Trump loses those states, is going to be a big blow for him. And those are the states I think we should be watching more carefully now.
Well, North Carolina, you bring up, Trump is 47%, Biden is 51%. It's in 77%, not been called yet because some of the polling areas were given extra time over there, as you know. North Dakota, of course, is Trump. The other thing, Texas, a few days ago, if you saw Trump said, this is 3 days ago, he said Biden thinks he's going to win over here. It's gun country and oil country. And he's always blamed Biden that he's going to take away your guns, the Second Amendment, which is very important for the American people. Another point I want to touch in this time, in this age, 2020, the South Asian community, no matter whether they're from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, everybody was hugely involved. But the one thing that disappoints me is running wise, yes, we have come out, we have ran on Democratic seats, we ran on Republican seats for the Senate, for the House, for the governor's job and everything. But when it comes to voting, what is the problem that our minorities cannot come in? When I say minorities, I'm going to count in the African Americans. I'm going to count in the South Asians. I'm going to count in, when I say South Asians, I will include everybody in there. What do you think? They don't come out that much.
Yeah, this is very surprising because this time I think there was the involvement was very much, and we have this image that we make a lot of contribution to the election in terms of money, but not in terms of voting. And this has been a very big drawback or negative point about the South Asian community. As I said, it includes Indians, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, Nepalis, all that. And I think according to some estimates, the Indian vote itself is almost 1.5 million plus, which is a huge number. And this vote is very important in some battleground states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. We don't know as of yet. The figures have not come out. The exit polls are not out yet. Which community has voted in large numbers or not? I think we'll get those figures in a few days or maybe in a few weeks, and then we'll know exactly but I think the community this time has been energized. It has been motivated, and a lot of talk about the Indian Americans because of Kamala Harris is on the Democratic ticket. She's half Indian, and that has been a factor, and people have been talking about it, and that should have motivated more people to come out. I mean, at least on social media, if you watch on Facebook and Twitter, people have been active talking about it. But did they actually come out and vote? I don't know. Maybe the pandemic kept them at home, but I think the people this time had the option of voting by ballot, by mail-in ballot. A lot of mail-in ballots were sent across the country, and especially I think in states like California and Washington, where we have a good presence, and traditional democratic states. I'm sure, and Kamala Harris is from California. I'm sure the community members must have come out and voted large numbers. So we'll have to wait for the real figures to come out in a day or two or in a week's time to see how the voting pattern was. And this will be very important for the future as well. Yeah.
Now, let me tell you something. Ohio just pulled in. Biden is leading 52 versus Trump is 46%. As a matter of fact, even Texas is Biden is leading 49 and 0.5 Biden is leading from Trump. It's only not even 55% of it in yet. But I just want to bring up a point. What's done is done. Even we saw the VP vice presidential debates. She never said she was Indian. She always referred to her as an African American woman. So bringing that whole point, right. I see, that whole mentality that we go through, कि yes, ये हमारी है, वो हमारी है, वो बोल नहीं रही है, but we are saying कि ये हमारी है. जबरदस्ती का बोलते हैं ना कि वो गेंदे वाला फूल पहनाना और जो भैया जी होते हैं बोलते नहीं साइड में रख दो. So I mean that was a point that kind of irked me, and I'm like, she's not even saying it while everybody's like running behind her. But that what's done is done. At the end of the day, we're all Americans. Wherever we come from, we don't forget. But what do you think if I had to ask you to predict? Now, everybody's predicting that, yes, Trump's going to be the president, but everybody's got watching the Senate and the House. Even if he becomes the president, if he loses the Senate and the House, you're not much of a president. Am I right or wrong there?
That's true, because, there always has been a conflict between the Congress and president. And one thing is sure, I mean, if Trump may win the presidency, but he's not going to win the Senate and House. I mean, that's going to flip for sure. I mean, the Republicans have had majority in Senate for 6 years. That may change. The very strong chances. I mean, there have been reports as Senate, some of the candidates were struggling. House will certainly stay with Democrats. They already won it after the midterm in 2018. It will stay with them. And I think if Trump is the White House and the Congress, the Senate goes to Democrats, they already have very fragile relationship. I mean, Nancy Pelosi and Trump don't even talk to each other. So all this talk about stimulus and all the talk about the pandemic, it will be in very, very difficult situation. But if Biden wins and they win everything, White House plus both the houses, then it's a game changer. It's a very, very big victory for Democrats.
Let me just update you on Texas. Biden is 50.2%. Donald Trump is 48.5%. Trust me, I have like 5 screens, and not to be, I'm being very fair. I'm watching Fox, I'm watching CNN, I'm watching ABC, I'm watching MSNBC. So I'm like going through everything now. Arizona, Texas, Florida, one of the 3 8 states. Too early to call, and whoever calls it, I mean, it'll be a mistake. And Trump catching up on Texas, almost up to 49. But see, Florida has 29 electoral votes. That gives you a big boost. Arizona, I don't even know the number. How many is that? Like 13 or 15 votes right there? So 29, 15. Trump needs basically to win, you need 270 votes. How many votes do you think Trump will score tonight if he wins?
Yeah, I think Trump had last time, he had 307 electoral votes. He can't afford to lose any big state. If he loses Florida or Texas plus one small state, he is gone. He has to maintain all the states he won last time, because you cannot forget some of the biggest states like California and New York. They are traditional Democrats, and that will go in big numbers to Joe Biden anyway. So I think this whole election now boils down to flipping the state. Who's going to flip the state? Joe Biden needs to flip 2 states, 2 big states. I don't think it will go on to Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. They're small states that don't have so many votes. He needs to flip a big state like Georgia or Texas. If he does that, he's much in the game. If he doesn't do that, he's not in the game.
Well, let me update you. Georgia is looking better for Donald Trump. As a matter of fact, 18% votes in Ohio. Joe Biden leading there, 51.7%. Donald Trump is 47.1%. And then Ohio. Where are you, baby? I already gave you Ohio. Trump catching up in Texas. One more thing that I want to touch. Of course, we are updating on the, the whole election results. We're doing this live. We're going to be here till 3 a.m. ET. The one thing that hurts me is, have you seen New York City tonight? It's all boarded up. And it's not just New York City, DC, California. We've been here. I've been here almost all my life. My kids are growing up over here. We've never seen this happen in any election. This sounds and looks like a third world country. I'm sorry to say. And, we are American. I love United States of America. This sounds like a third world country कि अगर वो जीता तो तोड़ फोड़ देंगे, अगर वो भी जीता दूसरा भी जीता तब भी तोड़ फोड़ देंगे. I mean, there are 25 trucks right now with the NYPD right in front of Trump Tower in New York City. People have boarded up their business. As a matter of fact, today, if you go to the wooden stock market, the boarded people are making the most money. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, this is very unfortunate, Harry, because of this election is happening in extraordinary circumstances. There has been a pandemic, and in the middle of the pandemic, there have been a lot of rioting and looting in the country. We saw it after the shooting of George Floyd, the killing of George Floyd. There was a lot of rioting, looting, demonstrations, rallies from both sides. And I think, and the dominant narrative in the media has been that this is not going to be an easy election. And people have been saying, if Trump loses, he's not going to accept the result. If Biden loses, he's not going to accept the result. I think the media has played a very negative role here in inflaming those sentiments, those emotions. But if you look at in the past 1 week or past 15 days, the voting has been quite peaceful. There has not been a single incident. Today, there have been some disturbances here and there, but very, very small. US is a very big country, 330 million people. Almost 160, 170 million people would have come out to vote in this election. So you can expect a little bit of disturbance. But I think the fear that the other side is not going to accept the result has been enforced or inflamed by the media. But also it shows that America is a very divided country at the moment. People see themselves as Republicans and Democrats and not as Americans. That is a sad part of it.
Sure, but let me interrupt. We have Mr. Ajay Jain. How are you, sir? Welcome. I will ask you to unmute your mic. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ajay Bhutoria. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name right, sir. Mr. Ajay Jain, author, speaker, HR leader, political activist, DNC fundraiser, NFC, Biden for president, Biden delegate, so many titles, one man, and we're good friends on Facebook. I keep on following you. I want to start with one post that you did when Howdy Modi happened in Houston. And your first reaction after that was, we lost a few Democrats. We got to work harder after this event. Would you like to shed a little light on that, sir?
Thank you for having me. I said that. Yeah, I must have said that. I mean, that was I was there at that event, and as an Indo-American seeing the Prime Minister of India, it was a happy moment for us. But at the same time, using that event as a platform for promoting for Trump and him was a little disappointing. But at the same time, Trump has used a friendship of Modi ji on much photo opportunities. But on the back end, he has not behaved as a friend. He has said India is filthy. He has said India's COVID numbers are lies. He took away the most favored nations from India. Recently, Donald Trump Jr. made a very controversial statement on Kashmir and used a wrong map of Kashmir, etc. So friends don't behave like this, friends, and foreign policies are not done this way. Joe Biden always said that he's going to stand with India against the Chinese aggression. He's against cross-border terrorism, and he's going to support the increase of H1. He's going to, streamline the green card, and he's going to support India to get a permanent security seat in the United Nations Security Council. And the trade deal between India and US is only going to flourish between under Biden administration. So yeah, I mean, based on that, we did understand that. But if you see the polls and everything coming out in last few weeks, 80% of Indians are voting. Currently, voting is in progress in many states and have voted for Biden-Harris.
Let me ask you a question, sir. And of course, we're here just to ask your views and opinions, not to give ours. But some of the questions I have to direct it to you. When you bring up India and Pakistan, and of course, it's a long, tense relationship. But always Biden has taken the other side. So has Kamala Harris, including the Kashmiri pundits. She has always said she's going to stand with Pakistan, and she's going to bring them on the table.
So, Harry, I disagree with you. There's a lot of disinformation out there. Plus, elections are not won on foreign policy. And there are certain matters which are sensitive. Both the leaders from both the sides, from the highest level between Biden, Kamala Harris, and Modi ji, and at the diplomats have to sit together and build on the agreements and filter out the differences. So that will happen once the team sits together. But if you look at, we issued a fact sheet on India, which was on 15th August, where senior officials from Biden campaign were there. I had organized an event, and Biden statement clearly said Biden is strongly against the cross-border terrorism. Biden is standing with India on the Chinese aggression. And certain things are India's internal matters, which we do not need to talk about. But again, this election is fought on domestic issues, which we can talk about more. I mean,
absolutely, sir. Just one more question, then I'll invite Shobhan Saxena to ask you a question. You just said this election is not about foreign policy, and what India is doing is their problem. What America does is their problem. But you started the conversation with.
I never said that what India does is their problem, what America does is their problem. We are all globally connected.
Yeah, exactly. It's not discussed on foreign policy.
We are all globally connected, and Biden has clearly said several times India and US are natural allies and partner, and both of them are required to work together more closely for their own internal security and as well as the global security. So we cannot keep aside this foreign relation. What I meant was that elections are more fought on what is happening to the domestic issues, what is happening on the COVID management, what is happening to the small businesses which are getting shut down, what is happening to our education system, what is happening to how our funding will be for the small business economy tomorrow. More important, but emotionally to every Indian, how the relationship between these two countries is going to grow, that is also equally important.
Also, sir, just a couple points, and then because we changed the dialect, and then I'll bring Mr. Shobhan in. Two important issues that the other side has been banking on, and there's been quite a flip-flop. One is fracking. One is Biden is raising the taxes. Could you shed some light on that?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, on the Biden raising taxes by Trump lowered down the corporate taxes to 12% or something like that, which benefits his billionaire friends, or the most top 2% or top 5% of the country, and they have made the over 300 billion during this COVID crisis. Poor is becoming poorer. A lot of middle class and a lot of people who are working on daily wages or low wages, they don't even know that they will be able to pay the rent, or they have to be able to bring food on the table. Biden is fighting for everyone. So he clearly said anybody who's making 400,000 or less, there's no tax raised on them. So large percentage of the country is below 400,000 or less. I mean, but there are certain percentage of population which is above that. He said that the tax raise will be basically divided. And on your cause of fracking, it is very important that when every country, we are leading the country, we are facing the climate change, and we want to make sure that we leave this planet for our coming generation in a good shape, so that these tsunamis and these wildfires and all this which are happening because of climate change, we handle them. So there is a policy which is outlining for progressive policy for solar power and many other alternative energy. At the same time, he never said that about what fracking, but he said that this will be phased out slowly or gradually, or there will be more opportunities for looking at alternative sources of energy.
Shobhan, your turn, sir.
Okay, Mr. Victoria, good evening. This is Shobhan Saxena. You touched about the problems this election is happening in a very difficult situation. There's a pandemic, right. Millions of people are unemployed, people without health insurance, and this is the traditional vote base of the Democratic Party. But if you're looking at the trends coming in, of course, it's early, very early hours. It seems the election is very, very tight. It should not have been so tight. because the America is not really doing well at the moment. So what do you think is the problem? The message has not gone down to the electorate in as much clear terms as it should have gone?
I mean, this was expected, and being cautious overly. I was just to take you back a little bit, I was in 2016 on November 8 with Hillary Clinton and in her campaign. I was in Jarvis Center in New York. And I still remember we were very, very confident that day, too confident. And that morning we thought we have won Wisconsin, Michigan, but the night proved totally us wrong. All the polls proved wrong. So this time we are overly cautious, but this was expected to be a tight race, getting towards the end. Why it is? I mean, we are clearly seeing two America. One is which Trump supporters have. They have a different sets of America. We saw them. They were not wearing masks. They are going out in large numbers in Trump's events, and 10,000, 20,000, 25,000, no mask, no following. And we're also saying the COVID numbers are rising. There's a couple of projections said that there will be 3 million cases rising in next 3 weeks, which will be reaching 9 to 10 million. And so then there's a portion of America which follows science and follows mask and is worried about COVID, is worried about 400 small businesses already closed, large number of Indian businesses closed, economy is going down, stimulus did not pass, and life is getting affected. So there's two America, but this election is a historic election, and they will decide which path America is going to go, and that is what it is about. And if you look at we cannot say anything about the result now, but I love the sound of dhol, and I'm hearing the sound of dhol.
Ajay sir, I have a question. We and Mr. Shobhan were just discussing this. We have never seen this happen in America. Everybody, whether Democrat, Republican, we are all American at the end of the day. We're all human beings. We never thought we would stand in a line and buy groceries because of COVID. During this election time, we are watching and we are seeing stores and neighborhoods being boarded up. It's happening in California. It's happening in Washington, D.C. It's happening in Pennsylvania. Manhattan is all boarded up. Did you ever expect, so many years that you have been, that you would see on an election night that this would happen? We can blame Trump. The other side is blaming Biden, but this shouldn't have happened here. Your viewpoints on that, sir?
Absolutely. I was in Philadelphia around sometime in April or May when Biden launched his campaign. And the first thing, or the theme of his launch when he launched the campaign, was to restore the soul of our nation. And as you said, we have not seen any of these for many years, and that is what we are fighting for, the battle for the soul of our nation, where the kindness and decency was our values, where love and light was our values, and these things which we are seeing is not our values. What happens is that when we have a leader in the White House who spreads divisiveness, and that divisiveness goes through whether people marching with torches, and he says that those were fine people on the both sides, or George Floyd getting killed on the street, or people walking with AK-47 and getting away, but other people getting killed. This is not the America we want. And I'm very hopeful tonight on the historic night, people will have already chosen the path of love, kindness, light, growth, and light with Biden and Harris.
What do you think is the night? What do you think is your projection? Of course, you come from the Biden side, but the twist of this game is what people are projecting, that even if Trump wins, but most of the people are watching the Senate and the House. What do you think it's going to look like, the Senate and the House?
We just saw Mitch McConnell having the projection that he's going to win. And then... But the thing what we want to see is that Biden has multiple paths to winning 270. Trump has a very narrow path. For him to win, he has to win Ohio, North Carolina. He has to keep basically the things which he has won last time, but he has to increase the number of votes he's getting on those states. So he has to win Ohio, he has to win North Carolina, he has to win Pennsylvania, and he has to keep Florida and Texas. But for Biden to win, there are multiple paths. If Biden keeps Clinton states and win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, or if he wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona, or if he wins Ohio and North Carolina, if he wins Ohio and North Carolina, Trump's game is over. So there are multiple paths, and if you see, what CNN is showing right now, the paths for Biden are looking very, very good.
Shobhan, go ahead, sir, please.
Yeah, Mr. Buttigieg spoke about, the unity after the election, and Joe Biden also spoke about the debate that once the election is over, he'll be president of all Americans, and there's only one United States, the United States and those states.
Yep.
But you will agree that America is a very divided country at the moment. So what are the challenges if he wins the presidency, plus the Democrats win the House, the Senate, and the House? You'll have a very good majority in in the government, but it's still to be a big challenge to bring the country together. So what is the plan? Democrats have a plan for that?
I think Biden and Harris has a great plan to unite the country. I think the biggest, challenge is to build the trust between the divided community, divided people, and the thing. And that trust has to come from the leadership from the White House, the next administration. And I'm sure Biden and every word uttered from the White House, whether it's coming in the form of a tweet or thing, had been causing divisiveness for last 4 years. Every hour, every day, Trump has been disappointing a large portion of America while trying to appease a certain portion of America. But that's not going to happen when Biden-Harris takes over. And their every effort, every words will be to unite the country, to rebuild our middle class, to restore our leadership at the world stage, and to bring and to restore the soul of our nation, to bring back the values of kindness, love, and decency. One thing I want to add is that why Biden and Harris are so, Indo-Americans are so able to relate with them, because Biden has the same values, which is to respect the elders, to treat the people around him with love and affection. And so that is how Biden has grown up, as inheriting his values as from Irish ancestors. And that is what exactly he has been displaying as a son, as a brother, as a father, as a grandfather, and as a public servant for many years. And these are the same values which we Indo-Americans have, the family values and the respecting the elders, etc. So respect, trust, and some values will unite the country back again.
Mr. Ajay, I have a question for you. Do you think the results will be announced tonight? We already know it's going to be a long night. We're going to be up till 3 a.m. But as you know, a few polling areas were given extra time for voting. And the states that we all are watching, whether Democrats or Republicans, those are too early to call, whether it be North Carolina, Arkansas, Arizona, Florida, PA, Michigan, Minnesota, Texas, all these. Do you think the results are going to be announced tonight, or will it go over to November 4th?
Obviously, I mean, it was expected that results are not going to come out tonight. It may go to tomorrow. It may go beyond. But people will definitely get a certain clarity. But we cannot say anything till we have all the full results in.
Let me give you a scenario, sir. What if it's a very, very close, tight, a draw? Where do we go from there?
Yeah, I mean, someone asked me this question, interesting question afternoon. They were playing with interactive map on CNN and creating scenarios, and then they ended up, okay, what if both the sides are getting 268, 268 or something like that number? What happens then? I think our hope, I mean, that's very unlikely that's going to happen. But in that, if the coin, when you try to flip the coin and it stands still in the middle, our laws have been written where Congress gets into, and then there are certain steps which Congress takes in place to resolve this.
The reason I ask you that question is because Ms. Pelosi is saying that the House will decide the election.
Yeah, that's what exactly I said. House will decide. Yep. Congress meant and the House. That's what I said. House will decide.
Mr. Shobhan, do you have a question, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Buttigieg, there has been a lot of talk about the mail-in ballots and early voting, and there has been some controversy about how effective it has been. Has it been fair? What is your assessment of the mail-in ballots, and how do you think it has helped the Democratic Party in mobilizing the voters and motivating them to come out and vote before the election day?
Well, I mean, this is the historic election being done in a most unprecedented times of COVID challenges, and where even people have not stepped out of homes except walks or going to some grocery stores. So So it was a normal and natural thing to think through that, okay, fine, we will have more and more people doing mail-in ballot. Unfortunately, this Trump administration, spread so much of disinformation about mail-in ballot. Mail-in ballot is not new. Our armed people in armed services have been doing this for many, many years, whether they're in abroad or different parts of the country. We have been doing mail-in ballot for many years. I'm sure you have been doing it or have done it many times. I mean, and votes have been counted. But what we have seen, the total destruction of the system. We saw that the UPS, our postal department was destroyed. A lot of people were disengaged from the postal department. The counting machine were dismantled, or the sorting machines were dismantled and kept aside. There were fake ballot boxes appearing in California, which were posted by Republican teams, and then in one of the county, in Harris County or somewhere in Texas, where there's such a large population, there's only one ballot box to collect ballots if someone wants to come and drop in, which is like people from 30 to 35 miles have to go there. So this is a complete attempt to suppress the voting, and so this is not correct. But mail-in ballot, I don't think, how can one do a fraud in mail-in ballot? That is totally disinformation spread by this White House.
Mr. Ajay, I know it's going to be a long night. We thank you for your time, sir. Hopefully we connect soon, sir. God bless.
Thank you so much, Harry and Sobhanji, for having me here.
Thank you, sir. God bless. Take care. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was Mr. Ajay Jain, one man with many titles. Mr. Shobhan, let me tell you, these are a few results coming in. So, of course, we are watching Wisconsin. This is only 15% in. Trump is leading 53.4%, Joe Biden 45.1%. And then if I talk about Michigan, it's only 19% in votes. Now, let me tell you this. We gotta pay attention of the electoral votes. Wisconsin holds 10 votes. Michigan is 16 votes, so that's 26 votes. Trump is leading there. It's only 19%. It's 57.2%. Mr. Joe Biden is 40.9%. And of course, we have another great guest coming up in 10 to 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Republican leader, Mr. Shud Prakash, excellent business owner in Long Island. As a matter of fact, Trump Jr. was, at Mr. Shud Prakash's establishment when he released his book. Now, Ohio, here's the funny part. You ready for this, Mr. Shobhan? Is 67% in. Excuse me. Donald Trump is 48.8%, and Joe Biden is 50%. The total is 1,982,171 for Joe Biden and 1,933,995 votes. So these are the states. But I'm waiting for Florida. I'm waiting for Pennsylvania. Of course, Pennsylvania too early to announce. Pennsylvania only 14% in. Joe Biden is leading a 50. Oh, he's gone down 56.1. Trump is gaining up over there, almost 43%. The polls are closed, as you know, at 9 o'clock. Most of the polls got closed, New York and others. Shobhan, what do you expect? How is this night going to turn out? I know it's a crazy night. I know it's going to be a long night. And it's a historical event, but I feel every election is historical.
Yeah, it is. But Harry, there's something I would love to have more clarity about how they're counting the votes. CNN was telling that the early votes are being counted first. Yes. And that's why you saw in many states that the Biden had the lead, including in Florida, when the counting started, he was leading, and then his lead started slipping, and Trump is now much ahead, almost on the verge of winning Florida. So I think they should explain in a much better way how the votes are being counted. If the votes which are polled today, these are very important votes, because we know the votes which are polled before, the mail-in ballots and the early voting was mostly Democratic voters. But today the people who went to the polling stations or cast the ballots are mostly Republicans. So they will cancel the early advantage which the Democrats had. So I think if we're seeing a trend where the Biden opens the lead and then the lead disappears. It has happened in Florida. It's also happening in Texas. Also, I think, and if he's leading in Ohio with a very, very small margin, but I think, so we have to wait. This election will go down to the wire. We saw We were expecting 2016, the election will go down the wire. It didn't. I think but Donald Trump had a very convincing victory in terms of electoral votes. He got 307 and Hillary Clinton was much, much behind. But this election will go down to the wire. Each and every state is in the play. Each and every state matters, and we'll have to wait. I have a feeling, I have a hunch we may have the whole result by early tomorrow morning. Because the way they're counting the votes, it is very, very quick actually. It's very impressive the way counting. Maybe some state, maybe some counties, some votes are not counted, but those counties, those states may not be in the play. So maybe if not by 3 a.m., not 4 a.m. like last year, we had the result, not last year, last election, we had by 3 a.m., I think Hillary Clinton called Trump and conceded the election. This time it maybe take a few hours more.
Let me point out something that happened in the 2016 election. CNN actually announced that Hillary Clinton was the president, and almost 10 to 12 minutes later, they said, oops. So this is the reason why I don't believe all these polling numbers, like you have pointed out and others have pointed out. The Democrats went into early voting and the Republicans went today. I want to know how, just like you ask, how are they counting the votes? I want to know how are they doing the polls, because they're not reaching out to 300 million people. So that's why I have personally as a radio host, as a TV host, I cannot give my opinion. But personally, as me, I've never believed in the poll numbers. Last time around, 2016, Madam Hillary Clinton was leading everywhere, and we already saw what happened to that. And now it's the opposite, what's going on. Just like you said, Biden started with a very strong lead, and all of a sudden he's slipping almost quite a few states. Like if I do Texas right now, it's 64% in, that's 38 electoral votes. Trump is leading. When it started, Biden was leading. It's 49.1% Biden, 49.6% Donald Trump. If we go Georgia, which is quite surprising, 47% in. Now, Georgia does not report a win till 50% is counted. 47% in. Joe Biden is 42.5%. Donald Trump is 56.4%. South Carolina, they've already declared that Trump is winning. Mr. Lindsey Graham, the senator running over there, he's already been declared as the winner, because it's already 64% in. Arkansas, Trump is 60.9. Now, this is what was funny. When I was watching, when our show started between 8 and 9, they literally had Virginia declared for Biden, even though the numbers were almost 30%, and he was 42%. And then everything just went sideways.
Yeah, well, CNN has not learned any lessons from 2016. They were off the mark. On the night of the election, I remember very, very distinctly, they were saying Hillary Clinton is going to win. And John King, who's doing the show right now, I can watch him. It's the same person who was showing the different paths Hillary Clinton had to the White House. And he's doing the same stuff again. I don't know if, as I said, lightning doesn't strike twice. But
now this is what's happening. The House for majority, it's Republicans 73, Democrats are 42, and Independent is 1. 270 needed for the presidential election, the electoral votes. Biden is 129. Trump was 80, now he's 100. So the Senate, of course, Democrats are 43, Republicans are 37, 2 independents. We'll see where that goes. See, I'm mostly watching the Senate and the House. But like I said, we'll be joined in a few minutes by Mr. Shud Prakash Singh, Chairman, Indo-American Economic Development Council, a great Republican leader, and a very great and a decent and a very humble human being. He's a very good friend. He's been on Radio Zindagi quite a few times, and he's a great friend to the community.
Yeah, Harry, you mentioned about Lindsey Graham winning his seat. That is a big development, because everyone had written him off. If you read New York Times, if you watch CNN, saying he was losing, and he was losing very badly. So I think I have a fear that the pollsters have been wrong again. Of course, we cannot say anything until all the results are in. But if Lindsey Graham has won South Carolina, which he was supposed to lose, we may be in for a surprise even in Senate races.
And here's the thing, South Carolina, the presidential election, I'll tell you, 32% in Trump is 56%, Biden is 42%. And now Harrison, who ran against Lindsey Graham, He almost accumulated $50 million for his campaigning, and the money he poured in, you know, 50 million for a Senate election is wow. It's
Unprecedented.
Wow. It is amazing. It is just crazy. Texas, they're neck to neck, but Trump is still leading. Vermont, of course, is Biden's. Senate is Democrat, is 43. 51 is the majority. Republicans are 47. The House is 43 Democrats, Republicans 73. We are waiting for Mr. Shud Prakash. He's here. Shudji, how are you? I would like you to turn a little bit of light so that we can see your handsome face. So you're in the dark right now. There you go. Now we're talking. Shudji, thank you for joining us. Can you hear us?
Yes, yes. How are you?
This is a funny joke that I do with Shud Prakash. You know, in India, हमारी वो, you know, there's a phrase saying कि हमारी दिल्ली तक पहचान है, हमारी दुबई तक पहचान है. But when it comes to Shud ji, हम ये बोलते हैं हमारी White House तक पहचान है, because Trump Jr. was, of course, with Mr. Shud Prakash ji. How are you, sir?
Good, good. They were very upbeat today, and I tell you, I did not expect that election, the race will be this close. People expected it, but I thought Trump will have landslide. But looks like it's going to be a tough call.
I'm going to request you to just increase your volume of your computer, sir, if you can, please.
Okay. I'm not very technical, but yeah. I hope.
No, this is good. Mr. Shobhan, go ahead. So you take the lead with Shud Prakash ji. Like I said, Shud Prakash ji is the chairman of Indo-American Economic Development Council and a great businessman and a Republican leader.
Shud Prakash ji, good evening, and good to have you on this program. You said you were expecting a landslide in favor of Donald Trump. So can I ask you what was this reason for this kind of optimistic expectation?
Good question. I tell you, no matter where I go, who I talk to, whether it's our Indian Americans or white Americans, even some Hispanics, they were working for me. I ask everyone, and even my massage therapist, you know, no matter who I speak to, my hairstylist, everybody Trump, Trump, Trump. So, and I experienced it in 2016 also. And I was in minority to say that Trump will win at that time. And I wasn't very surprised that he won. But this time, I thought it's even even bigger. But let's see. Right now, it's, you know, neck to neck. But let's see how the night unfolds.
But Shudji, if I may ask you, there are quite a few surprises in tonight's election. Like I was talking to Mr. Shobhan and we were discussing, Virginia is declared for Trump, 54.9%. Biden is 43.4%. If Virginia has always been a Democratic state, so it just flipped tonight.
Yes.
And if you go online right now and you see the map, it still shows blue, but when you click on it, it shows Donald Trump 54.8%. That's the recent coming in, and this is just 48%, and Joe Biden 43.5%. So that you, of course, we can call it a landslide.
Yeah, well, in certain states we are seeing the trend, and I'm happy to see Michigan. You know, it's what a propaganda they had against Trump, and you see the results. You know, I'm very convinced. I'm very, very optimistic that Trump will be winning. You know.
Harry, one important, Trump is now leading in Georgia, and in Ohio, it is down to 0.3%. So I think the thing we were discussing earlier in the program, I'll make a prediction. Of course, it's always dangerous. If Trump starts with the lead, he will stay with the lead. But if Biden starts with the lead, there's no guarantee he'll stay with the lead, because he's starting with mail-in ballots, and you know, he has an advantage there, and the real result will come out. He will not have that advantage. And that's what we're seeing in many states. Texas, Trump is leading now. Ohio is down to 0.3%. Georgia, he's leading now. In all those states, he was trailing.
I'll give you the count right now. Georgia, right now, just right now, and the law Georgia goes by is report. As soon as 50% is counted, they report it. 50% in, that's 16 electoral votes. Trump is 56.1%. Joe Biden 42.8%. That is crazy numbers.
Right.
It is. I tell you, there's an old saying that Americans vote for their wallet, and the wallet hasn't been bigger than ever before as it's been under Trump presidency. So, I would not be surprised at all if he wins hands down.
But here's the thing, 12 states, too early to call. 12 states are too early to call. 7 of them, of course, people were watching for the 8 states. 7 of them, still, they're not calling it. Ohio, Trump is 50%. Biden is 48.7%. Trump is leading almost by 95,000 votes. 95,000 votes. North Carolina, Trump is actually gaining access, 49.2%. Biden is 49.6%. The only difference is almost 20,000 votes. This is North Carolina. South Carolina, Trump has already won.
Yeah.
Shurji, let me ask you, what states were you guys watching? Of course, as soon as you came on, you said it would be a landslide. And we've been preparing. We started at 8. We're going to be here till 3 a.m. And we know it's going to be a long night. Do you think it'll be announced tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to stay up, of course. It reminded me the most interesting elections, I would say, was President Bush. Remember, John Kerry was preparing to, announce his victory. I mean, he was Boston, and it was all polls in, all the votes, and suddenly, last minute, things turned around. Florida was the key, that time. Florida made him win, and one county, and I think Florida is certainly going in Trump's favor. So I think we will not even have to question. What I wished was that Trump should have such a clear majority early on, such a decisive victory majority early on in the states which has declared, so that there's no confusion, because uncertainty and confusion would have caused much more chaos on the streets. And uncertainty is not good for any country, and especially United States, where it's so much division and so much violence already occurred. I think if there's clarity, I just wish that, I belong to Congress party. Right. But when BJP won with a clear majority, I'm talking about 2014, first time, I said it on the stage, and a lot of my fellow colleagues were upset that why I said, I'm happy that a clear majority party came, because it's good for the country. We'd never want to be in a situation where they're debating till last minute who's the real winner, and there's fights, violence going on in the street, So I just wish that Trump they will not even have to wait for the other states, those mail-in votes, which is so ridiculous that they made the law that they can count up to November 7th, or in California and other states. They have 4 more days to count them in, which is, I think, very ridiculous.
Let me ask you a question. So we had a guest, of course, from the Democratic side, Mr. Ajay Jain Bhutoria. You probably know him. I asked him a question, and to me, it's very surprising and shocking. Businesses are boarded up in New York, Washington, D.C., California, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, actually, just a couple of days ago, there was looting again. You saw people looting and burning down stores. We have never seen something like this. Do you expect any turmoil, whatever the result may be, after this election? Shurji?
Let me tell you first my view. Yes, everybody's expecting it. That's why so many stores, all Fifth Avenue you go, it's all boarded up. We never ever imagined when we came to this country. David Dinkins was the mayor. The city was in a shambles. Thank God Rudy Giuliani fixed it. But we never thought that we'll see the days even worse under this mayor. What a, I mean, situation, we are seeing it. But I'll tell you that, people blame President Trump for dividing the country or all that. My view is I go by the facts. I'll remind you guys, I remind your viewers, listeners, is that when President Trump won last time, right? There were protests, out on the streets. Even on the inauguration, there was so much looting and there's anarchy and all that. And I remember a good friend of mine, he called me, he says, we were talking about this. He says, my son has gone out in the Manhattan protesting. I said, this is unpatriotic. And he really found it offensive. He says, how's protesting unpatriotic? I said, it is because President Trump just won the mandate. People voted him in. Give him some chance. I mean, you're starting to protest before even he is sworn in. And on the day of his swearing in, you guys are protesting, rioting, all that. What is this nonsense? This is unprotected. If he's done something wrong, or 6 months later, or a few months later, or a year later, you want to protest against his policies, that's understandable. That's fine. So to say that it's the President Trump's policy to divide people or he's the division, it's wrong because they don't want to give him a chance. They don't want to give him an inch.
Mr. Chauvin, your question, sir. Please, we have a couple of minutes left.
Yeah, okay, Shulji, I think we have maybe time for one or two questions. You talk about the protests which happened when Donald Trump won the election in 2016. There have been some apprehensions that Republicans may not accept the result if Donald Trump loses, and there might be some violence from the Republican side. How realistic are the fears, or these just fears of baseless talk?
No, it's it's on the both sides. The history, I mean, the past record shows that it was from the other side. It was from the Democratic or liberal or Antifa, whatever you want to call it. It was them, not Republicans. And now they're saying the Republicans will do it. So far, you see all over the nation who's done the writing, not the Republicans, not the Trumpers. It's the other side. But let's see. I mean, if the emotions are so high, and I've never seen an election like this before, that the emotions running so high, people are just going crazy. Who knows who will do what.
Gentlemen, let me update you. I think Florida might turn into red. It's 91% in. Donald Trump 51.3%. Joe Biden 47.8%. Mr. Biden has 5,219,535 votes. Donald Trump leading by 5,602,362 votes. 91% in. So I think we can call Florida. 50. I think Florida might turn red. Texas, 67% in. Donald Trump leading 50.4%. Joe Biden 48.3%. Almost 200,000 votes. That's what President Trump is leading. Now, if we add Texas and Florida, that's almost 67 electoral votes. So you can just understand. And this is the map I'm going through, even though the information on the TV is coming late. Here's the thing. South Carolina is Trump's 56% in 37%. And Harrison is 43.5%. Mr. Graham is 55.2%, leading almost by 120,000 votes. This is just 37% in. So we're going to see some major flips tonight. What do you think, Mr. Shud, and what do you think, Mr. Chauvin? Mr. Shud, you can start first, sir.
What I will think is that I'm a very optimistic man, and generally in nature, and especially this election. I really feel that Trump is going to definitely win Texas. There's no doubt. We already knew it. But the Michigan or Florida or Pennsylvania, those were the battleground states. And I think President Trump is doing very good so far. And in my mind, there's no doubt. I think he will win. And you know what? I feel and I appeal to all the viewers that whoever wins, we must respect, and may God make the best man, best candidate win who can do the best for the country, you know.
Shurji, thank you so much for your time. It's 9:58. We have other hosts coming in. Hopefully we join in pretty soon after the elections, and hopefully it's peaceful time, you know, after this election, and people who have boarded up their boards, because a lot of our friends, a lot of people, small business owners are suffering, as we all know. I'm one of them. We are one of them, you know, but I just hope that it's peaceful time after this election. Your comments, Mr. Shobhan.
Yeah, I think it's a very nice thing what Mr. Shubh Prakash Singh said, that whoever wins, the country must accept the result and support the president. Very nice thought, and that's the only way forward. As far as the flipping of the states is concerned, I don't think Trump is looking for flipping any state. He doesn't need to. He just needs to maintain the states he won in 2016. And Joe Biden needs to flip a few states. And he was hoping Florida. It's not going to happen. He's looking at Texas. That's not going to happen. I think this election is going to boil down to Ohio and North Carolina. That's the only possibility, but even that path is also narrowing down now. I think is the difference is very, very little. And as the night progresses, we may have a different kind of result. So, but again, I'm hopeful we'll have the result by tomorrow morning. And earlier that we have the result, better it is. Then there's no room for confusion. And we know the election is over, counting is over, winner is declared, and the candidate who loses, he concedes it. That's very important. And I think that will also happen if we have a quick result. I think with that thought, and thanks very much, Mr. Shubh Prakash Singh. Harry, great talking to you.
Pleasure's mine. I just want to put in one last word. Going back to your lines, Shurji, you thought it would be a landslide. I think more than a landslide, what will happen is he will turn the blue states to red. This is don't you agree with me, Shobhan? This is the trend that I'm looking at. Georgia, Florida, I mean, Virginia, come on.
Yeah. That is the news, that it's Trump's Republican Party. It's not the original Republican Party. He has changed. He has changed dramatically everything, all the sides. And with that, I really wish that, like Mr. Sholby said, that it doesn't lead into days of chaos. I don't mind staying up all night, you know, but as long as the results are declared by the morning, you know, we'll be very happy.
Thank you.
Trump is leading Ohio now.
Thank you, Shurji. God bless. Stay safe, stay healthy. Mr. Shobhan, thank you so much. It was indeed a pleasure talking to you. Thank you. We have the next round of hosts from 10 to 1. I would request Sanjeev Pandya and Mr. Vibhuti Jha to come online so we can switch and they can take over the next round. Sanjeev ji, how are you, sir?
I am okay, Harry and Shobhanji. Good show, very nice. It was interesting to hear you. And the Shubh Prakash ji, how are you?
Good. Thank you.
All right, listen, don't lose hope. If it's not landslide, even if it's a small slide victory, we'll take it.
Yes. You're looking so fresh. Looks like you're ready for that to stay up all night.
Yes, absolutely. So excited, Shubh Prakash ji, to do this show on Radio Zindagi for our listeners and the viewers all over the world. As a matter of fact, the show is going live in India on the Daily Hunt, which is one of the most popular OTT platform, and we are live on YouTube. So we are so happy to give them all the latest coverage and everything.
Well, on behalf of the Indian Americans, I thank Radio Zindagi and you all guys. You know, this is a community service you're doing, you know, hearing the voices of all of us. And thank you so much. And thanks to your listeners, viewers all over the world. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments, and we'll connect with you soon. And
ladies and gentlemen, I shall see you at 11. Sanjeev bhai, thank you so much. Sunil ji, Neeraj ji.
Good job.
Shobhan, God bless. Stay safe, stay healthy. I'll see you guys at 11 to 12.
And Harry and Shobhanji will start bringing good news. And when you join in, Harry, you're going to have to continue with the better news till we end the show.
Listen, I'll probably be in a different mood when I come back. I'll be very happy.
Yes, absolutely. Just go out there, do a little dance, and have little, whatever that you like to eat or drink.
It'll be all cheers and chakte fatte.
There you go. All right. Shri Prakashji, you take care, and then we'll touch base with you soon.
Bye for now. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, the election 2020 special continues right here on Radio Zindagi. We are now into the third hour, and the time here in the New Jersey studio is 10:03. Let me just take a short break for the station ID, and then I will introduce you our next guest right here on Radio Zindagi. Ji ja. All right, listeners, once again, I'm back with you, and this election 2020 show continues on Radio Zindagi from East Coast to West Coast and on Daily Hunt platform in India, all over the world. We are on YouTube, Radio Zindagi, and on the Facebook pages. All right, so this is the third hour that we are going to get into, 10 to 11 right here on Radio Zindagi. And joining me in this hour is the person who is a journalist, who is a TV show host, and whose brilliancy and knowledge on the social issues as well as on the politics is something very, very remarkable, and always comes up with the good points. That's one and only Mr. Vibhuti Jha. Good evening to you, sir. Welcome to the show. Is your mic off or mine's? Everything is okay here, and all right, Vibhuti, let's try again. Let's see if we can hear you. Everything should be okay from your end as well as my end, but with this technical setup, sometimes things can go a little crazy, but I am completely okay from my end. Let's see, Vibhuti, try again. Try your mic on and off one more time. See what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in this hour 10 to 11, I'm going to be joined by Mr. Vibhuti Jha, and then we're going to give you the update that you need to know regarding this US election 2020. Now your mic is off. Turn it back on. Let's see. Okay, give it a try now. No good. No good. Something is not right from your end, Vibhuti Ji. Let's give it okay. Harry, I hope you didn't have anything to do with these technical things. Vibhuti, I think your screen is frozen. Now it's better. Now I see you moving. Should be able to. We should be able to hear you clearly. Let me see one more time up here. Okay, say something, Vibhuti. Ladies and gentlemen, election 2020 update continues on Radio Zindagi. As soon as Mr. Vibhutija has this technical problem from his end or from studio end, as soon as we have it connected, we'll have him. Currently raised to 270 electoral points. Right now, Biden is at 129 and Trump is at 109 as per Fox News. Fox News is reporting 109 for the Trump and the 129 for Biden. Trump has narrowed that lead. He was behind as many as 30 points on Electoral College. And then North Carolina is too early to call. Florida is also too early to call. I think Vibhutija perhaps signed off and he's going to sign back in. But in meantime, I'll continue to give you the update. Let's see what happens. Pennsylvania, the state that everyone's very anticipating, waiting for the result. Biden is at about 47 points and Trump is at about 50 points. So that is interesting. 839,000 for Biden and about 899,000 total votes. It's only 26% reporting. And as you know, Pennsylvania has 20 electoral points. Talk about electoral points. So what I want to let our viewers know, and whoever, wherever they're watching us, perhaps in India or outside the USA, how it works in the U.S. is that president is elected through electoral college. Electoral college is every state, depending upon their size and the population and everything. Now, there are number given. It's called Electoral College. In U.S., the public do not elect president by popular votes. Twice in our lifetime, that's in the year 2000 and 2016, what had happened was the losing candidate. In 2000, Al Gore had more popular votes, but he lost to George Bush Jr. Because George Bush won by the Electoral College. And same thing happened in 2016 in the last election, when Donald Trump surprised everybody by beating Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton had about 3 million popular votes more than Donald Trump, but that don't count. And Electoral College is something the founders of this country, that they have set the system up, and we go by the Electoral College. There are a total of 538 Electoral College votes. College, when I say college, it's not a college that you go to study, but it's called Electoral College. 538 Electoral College votes for the for all 50 states here in the U.S. You need 270. You need that majority, 270 Electoral College votes. As whoever has that first, a person wins the presidency, and that's what, when you hear Electoral College votes, that's what it means. And as I mentioned a little while ago, that currently Donald Trump has 109 Electoral College votes, and Joe Biden is at 129. All right, North Carolina right now is still too early to call. They say that next set of poll going to be closing in California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. These are the West Coast states. They are 3 hours behind than the East Coast. So in the East Coast right now, the time is 10:11 p.m. In the West Coast, it would be 7:11, and I think they're going to be closing their polls around 8 o'clock their time. That means 11 o'clock our time. That's when they're going to be closing the polls. So that's entire West Coast. But that West Coast, and especially California has been always a blue state. So that is not going to be affected. Republicans are not going to be able to make a dent in the California. But in the West Coast, there is a state called Arizona. What happens in Arizona, it might make a difference, because both the candidates been campaigning very hard in Arizona. So let's see what happens in Arizona. That's going to be very, very interesting. All right. So once again, in North Carolina, about 90% reporting is done in North Carolina. 15 votes, 15 Electoral College votes. Biden is at 49.1% and Trump is at 49.7%. Very, very, very close race. 10% to go, but it's extremely close. Meantime, I just like to request our promoter, Mr. Sunil Hali, as well as Nilesh Dasondi, or my colleague here, Harry Malhotra, if someone can get in touch with Mr. Vibhutija, and if they can have him connected connected again. And hopefully if that technical problem is fixed, that would be helpful. Sunil or Harry, if you can help me up, guys, in the backup, and try to have Vibhuti Jha, re-log in, so that way we can be connected and we could have his opinion and his thoughts on this matter. I believe he's connecting right now, and hopefully it should work. Vibhuti ji, everything is okay from my end here. Hopefully it should work from your end. Let's go ahead and turn on the microphone and let's see. Okay, go ahead, say something.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear your wonderful voice.
As the saying goes, to err is human, but to foul things up, you need a computer. And in a moment of a time, the audio just went silent on me.
That's
and
okay.
It began to give me instructions, restart the computer. So I said, to hell with it. Let me get it onto the iPhone. Because Zoom works on iPhone.
Yeah, Zoom works on iPhone, but now it's okay. But I just want to take 1 minute of your time, Vibhuti ji. Donald Trump was campaigning in Kenosha, Wisconsin last night. And when I say, he was there around 10:30, 11 o'clock our time, right? And his microphone, which was on a podium, apparently stopped working. And he was really making fun of that. I tell you, this person draws a huge crowd at his rallies. And his comments were so hilarious. Everybody were having a good time. The gentleman comes to fix the microphone and he goes to him, "You sure you're going to be able to fix it? You sure that microphone is going to work? Should we pay you or should we not pay you?" It was hilarious. It was. But anyway, Vibhuti ji, thank you so much for your time and appreciate you joining us.
Now I'm very glad I'm live on TV now.
Yes, you're live on TV. You're live on TV, live on the radio. Now you tell me, it's been almost 2 hours since the counting began. And as I mentioned, in the West Coast, poll's going to be closing very soon in about 45 minutes or so. What's your gut feeling? What I see right now for Florida, the Trump is ahead. North Carolina, about 90% voting is done, and Trump has a very slight margin that he's leading.
No, it is a pretty fantastic election. What I have noticed is that it was as predicted. Trump will win today on the election day. The question is about the votes that are coming to be counted till 7th of November, and post today as well. There have been certain states in which the voting is going to be continued for a while. So that is going to be a big challenge. But as it looks like, it was a very interesting thing. I think the previous host had mentioned that whenever Trump has taken lead, he has maintained that lead. Wherever Biden has taken lead, Trump has overcome that lead.
That was a very good comment made by our own Shobhan Saxena ji. Yes,
correct.
That actually makes sense. That's a very good observation.
Right. So that's a very good observation, and I take the cue from there that Trump is a comeback kid, to use the American slang. Nobody expected him to win in 2016.
Yes, absolutely.
And it is going on likewise. So his effort, his work that has gone on in the campaign till the last moment that he has done, as you were mentioning, it will fetch him good results. Because what will happen eventually, like Florida, you saw that the most of the mail-in votes have been counted. So the result will be declared anytime.
Right.
Of course, there is an uncertainty because of the lot of mail-in voting that have come up. And some of the states will not start counting till tomorrow. So eventually, I think Trump will win the White House again.
Wow, very good.
Because everywhere, if you look at it this way, even Ohio, Michigan, Texas, he started off with very late. So, counting is also a very bizarre game, as you know, because it depends on which block of votes you pick up. Where do you start? So in Texas, for example, the metros were taken earlier on. And in metros, every metro, the Democratic Party has a bigger lead. It is the rural areas where the Republicans bring back their votes. So that's where in Texas, the lead comes from there. And remember one thing, Texas turning blue will not be a shocker in one more round of elections, because a lot of Californians who are leaving California, they're moving to Texas. lot of migrants are being shifted to Texas, just as they were shifted in many other states.
Very, very true.
So that is what is happening in Texas. That is the Democratic plan to capture, because they know that unless Texas turns blue, they have to remain in wilderness.
You're absolutely right, because when it comes to relocating to the states, Texas has been topping the chart at #1 for a couple of years. More and more people are moving into Texas. IT industry is booming very well. All the other sectors are also booming very well, doing well. So your point is very valid, and that's a very sensible remark that you made, that Texas may turn blue and may stay blue for who knows many years to come. We'll see. But the question I want to ask you, Vibhuti-ji, as you are saying with a very strong conviction that Donald Trump is going to win, about 90 million early voters, they send in mail-in ballots and then they went out to vote and everything. And it was all speculated that it's all going into the favor of Democratic Party or Joe Biden, because the response was so overwhelming. And we thought these are all of a sudden new voters are coming out in favor of Joe Biden. But now when you see the result and then what your prediction is, what your analysis is, it says something different, that, it was not all the wave of Democratic voters in that 90 million bunch.
You are very, very correct about your assessment. Very correct about your assessment, because I have based my analysis on a few key factors. And those factors are, probably you will not hear them on any other television program as well, but here is Trump's vote bank of 40% or 42 or 43% stays solid with him. It was that vote bank that he was appealing to come back and go and vote, right? And they had massive registrations done later on. What is very interesting in this election is also that traditionally, it is believed that most of the migrants vote Democrat. And my take is that because of the India situation, 80 or 85% Indians will not be voting for Biden, given what has happened in the Democratic camp and Biden's statement about India by Kamala Harris and VP Biden about Kashmir issue and integration of internal matters, resolutions passed, a sort of a dirt thrown on India and Indian leadership. I don't think many Indians liked it or many Indians enjoyed that part, because we were all very happy with the integration of Kashmir in India. For that, Democratic Party-led resolutions passed against India has really put off a lot of Indians. In addition, Mr. Biden has made statements that have bordered on being anti-India. Not only that, everybody knows who is writing the anti-India platform, who is writing the anti-India platform in Democratic Party. That's Indian story. So I'm suspecting significant amount of Indian votes will chip away from Democratic Party.
Okay.
It will no longer be 80. Similar story exists about Vietnamese, Koreans, Japanese, Malaysians, and the like in the Asian community, who know that China is not good for those countries.
Yes.
As a result of which, when Biden is so openly in the pocket, or so it is believed that they have such a close relationship with China, I don't think any of the nationalities, the voters of those regions, will consider voting Biden, because they know that he is in China, very close to China.
And those small pockets make a difference.
Make a difference. And by the way, Vietnamese and Koreans combined, they're larger than Indian population. So if their votes chip away again 30 to 40% or 20%,
there you go.
You are talking about significant numbers. And likewise, in Blacks and Latinos. So Miami-Dade County and Florida is an example where significant amount of Latino votes went to Trump. So if you look at an average chipping away of 15 to 20% votes from these ethnic immigrants, you are talking about 42% of his core votes, yes, and the remaining 10 to 15%, he wins it. It's only if these people are dishonest about their intent if suddenly Indians go gaga over Kamala Harris and they say, no, let's maintain our 80%, but it's not happening.
It's not happening. Very good. Thank you. Good. Very good comment that you have shared with us. Let's go to our guest. Mr. Jay Singh is joining us right now. Mr. Jay Singh, welcome to Election 2020 special on Radio Zindagi. I am Sanjeev Pandya, and you are joined by Mr. Vibhuti Jha as well. Good to have you, sir. Sorry to keep you waiting for a couple of minutes, but welcome.
Good evening, and absolutely not a problem waiting. Thank you for having me, Sanjeev ji and Sunil ji. I'm proud to be on Radio Zindagi. GA Jha.
Bilkul. Mr. Jay Singh is the IGP president and a community leader, and then we're happy to have him. Now, the result that you've been following, Mr. Singh, you tell us, what's your take on this? What do you think is going to happen in a couple of hours when we come to know almost the real news of the election?
See, so far it's going the way I was thinking, or probably majority of us were thinking, that we start counting from East Coast, the Electoral College. It's going to be blue, and then we go in the middle. It's going to be red, more red, and then again, if we go towards the west, it's then we are going to have the actual result. And I would say it's still very tough to say either it's red or blue. But I'm glad that the House is moving fast towards the Trump.
Okay, that's what you think is it's really moving fast towards Trump.
Yes, and I'm glad, and as most of our, as we consider the Modi-Trump the partnership or friendship, so I would say our community, especially as most of your listeners tonight, they will be happy with it and for it.
Okay, so let me ask you a question now. And Vibhuti ji, you can also join in any time that you would like to join in. But Mr. Singh, question I have for you is that what is, to you, what is so important that Trump has done during his presidency in the last 4 years that is remarkable, that is helpful to Americans and America, and that's why he should be the leader for next 4 years, leader of the country for next 4 years? Did we lose it? Mr. Singh, I think I saw his a video going off for technical reason. He was trying to fix it, Vibhuti ji, but I think we lost him. But anyway.
No, but just to come back to, until he comes back, we can continue the conversation.
Please.
I think what JG was mentioning, Mr. Jay Singh was mentioning, is that the House has already gone to Democrats. House has already been won. Senate, not yet. And the Senate, there are some close contests going on, and I think there are some.
Mitch McConnell won in Kentucky.
Mitch McConnell won. Lindsey Graham won.
Lindsey Graham won. Is it final?
Yes, Lindsey Graham won.
Okay, I was going to say that is one of the key races that I have.
Right, he won.
On.
He won.
Okay.
And there is another one which is important. I think Mr. Jones in Michigan was leading with a very high percentage against his rival.
Okay, so let's hold on to these thoughts, Vibhuti. I think Mr. Jay Singh has joined in.
Good.
Apparently, his video connection, his technical connection is playing game with him on and off. But anyway, so he will come back. So now, let's say if Trump is elected, it would be nice to have majority. Currently, right now, as of now, there are 53 senators, Republican, and 47 Democrats in it. And then we've been hearing that Democrats needs to win 4 more seats to have a majority in the Senate. If Trump were to re-elected, obviously he would like to keep the majority in the Senate. Then he would have his game full on, and he would be able to accomplish whatever the promises that he has made to the Americans. But if he doesn't have a majority in the Senate, Vibhuti ji, how is he going to be able to get things done between House and Senate and Nancy Pelosi?
Oh, it will be a tough call. But remember one thing, it is politics is all about art of compromise and art of deal making. So, there have been occasions where, for example, when Trump won the election in 2016, he had Senate, he had House with Paul Ryan, and he had the presidency. But Paul Ryan played the game of not giving him the budget for the wall.
Yes.
So your own party can be your enemy. And then there are times when the presidency and the Senate and the House are indifferent, and you strike a deal like Clinton and Newt Gingrich did. So in Senate, what happens is the budgetary thing is with the House. So that budgetary battle keeps going back and forth between the House and the president. House passes the budget, Senate approves it, and president signs it. But if the Senate doesn't agree with the House, then it's a different bill that goes to the president. But for president to be effective, he has to control either or of the House or Senate. Senate is key for many judicial appointments and investigations. It is the second watchdog that happens. So if he wins the Senate, then he can nominate the Supreme Court judges, the judiciary appointments, and everything else. And that's where you control the leverage of doing business or effecting legislation. House can pass the budget, but if House and Senate are both Democratic, then Trump governance will be virtually a lame duck thing. He will have to issue executive orders just as Obama was doing.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, in order to get things done from House and the Senate, when you don't have majority of your own party, Vibhuti, that requires a very, very articulate dealing with them and an art of negotiation, just like you mentioned. So Trump will have to mellow down a little bit also in order to get things done for his benefit and, of course, for Americans' benefit.
Absolutely. Well, that's where the compromise comes in. I think the politicians are the master salesmen of the world. They know how to make a deal.
On top of that, Trump is the one who's been saying for so many years that he's the master negotiator. He negotiates like no one else does, right? He's been saying it. These are his own words. And obviously, Nancy Pelosi has been giving him a hard time lately. We all know that. But let's see how that scenario changes. All right, let's give an update about what's going on. Too early to call Arizona, Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota, Texas, and Wisconsin. Wisconsin and Michigan, I doubt if Trump is going to be able to carry that on his shoulders.
I don't have the access to computer and the television. What is Michigan? I thought Michigan, Trump was in the lead. Wisconsin also, he has made a lot of visits.
Yes.
And to that end, I think he may be able to do something out there.
I doubt it very much, but I'll give you the update what's going on in the Michigan and the Wisconsin. All right. So Wisconsin is the Trump is at 50% and Biden is about 48%. So it's a very close race. It's a very close race, and it's only about 35% reporting.
Correct.
All right.
And Michigan also, Trump was Michigan with 36%
Michigan.
He's leading by almost 8 points, 12 points.
Yeah, exactly. 11 points right now that he's leading by. And then if that saying is true from Mr. Shobhan Saxena, that once Trump leads, that's it. He leads. He doesn't look back. He doesn't give up the lead. If that's the case, then who knows? That Wisconsin and Michigan can be surprising going into the Trump's favor.
Right. The other you are absolutely right. What I also wanted to say was that people who had expectations, so many the reasons that I mentioned to you earlier on, many Trump supporters were silent supporters.
Yes.
They were not willing to come out to speak. And that's what you are seeing, that gradually that edging forward is happening. The uncertainty will prevail only to the extent that in certain states, all the votes are not counted. I don't know what's happening in Pennsylvania, but I think Trump took a lead even in Pennsylvania after being down for a very long time.
Pennsylvania right now, Vibhuti, about 31% reporting, and Trump is at 53 versus Biden at 45.
There you go. There was a time when in Pennsylvania, Trump was down by 20 points at one point when the lesser number of votes were counted. And he spent significant amount of time addressing Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Ohio. I think he drew phenomenal crowd. And, as the saying goes, these mail-in voting counts in 3 days later will play a key role but one doesn't know how many of those votes are there. And there is a problem there, in my opinion. The problem relates to what I call is that the door to legal battle in Supreme Court is coming one way or the other.
Right.
Because one of the things about mail-in voting is, साहब हमारे इंडिया एसोसिएशन ऑफ लॉन्ग आइलैंड के मेलिंग वोटिंग में डबल सिक्योरिटी होती है. Now, when currency notes with such high security mark can be forged and counterfeited, what's the guarantee of counterfeit election ballots are not moving around? Who verifies the signature of Sanjeev Pandey and Vibhuti Jha? Who verifies that? What is the proof that you are the one who voted for it? So there is a definite challenge to that.
Yes.
Because how do we authenticate who voted? Even, when we send our tax returns on April 15th, it has to have the postmark of April 15th for the IRS to accept it. Here they are talking about postmark not required.
Yeah,
think about it.
It's unbelievable. I mean,
it's unbelievable. In my opinion, my dear friend, I think Democratic Party have themselves opened up a can of worms of voter suppression and all that. Think about it like this. These days, you need a photo ID for everything. Everybody who wants to vote can go to DMV. Even if he doesn't have a driver's license, he can have a photo ID.
Absolutely.
Correct?
Yep.
So the question then is, why people don't have the photo ID to go and vote? If India with 600 million people, voters can provide, Election Commission can provide a voter ID to every voter. With 200 million voters, we can't do that here in America. That's a joke that Democratic Party cannot they have to live with that responsibility of it.
It's, they think, Vibhuti, they think it's their prerogative. They can do whatever they want to do. I mean, if you look at their manifesto, which was put out there in light of this election 2020, right? I mean, they want to increase the number of Senate seats. They want to have maybe perhaps 3 or 4 senators per state. They also want to increase the judges in the Supreme Court, so that way, they can have decisions made in their favor. I mean, and some of the things that they have copied from Russia's constitution. It's like, it's like almost turning this country in the line of communist and socialism. And it's in that manifesto. I'm not making it up. If you read
That's right.
114 pages of manifesto,
That's right.
These are the things mentioned in that. I have no idea where do they want to take this country forward.
Right. And that is another very important part you hit upon very correctly, is that's what people are saying. Not a single immigrant came to this country to remain poor. They all left poverty behind, and they wanted to fulfill the American dream of having a good house, living well, working hard and making good money to make a living. Nobody came here to remain in a socialist system. So when the Democratic Party begins to talk about democratic socialism, I get upset, because we are victims of democratic socialism, where all your leadership, entrepreneurship, and all the innovation capacity disappeared because government became the my-bap of everything.
Yes.
You can't do anything without government concurrence. And that's what these people want to do. And if you saw, if you saw the video, WhatsApp conversation of Bernie Sanders with the squad, he's made a very critical statement there. He said that this is only the beginning of our acceptance of our agenda by Biden. But once he is in power, we are going to demand more of socialist measures. Think about it.
Yes. Listen, if somebody wants to be socialist, or if they want to be a communist, there are other countries that they can go to. don't turn this democratic country into their own things. And this is what their Democratic Party's manifesto is. Anyway, we are at 10:37 right now, and with Vibhuti Jha and with myself, Sanjeev Pandya, on Radio Zindagi, we are joined by Mr. Dev Makkar, who is the community leader here based in state of New Jersey, and it's always interesting to have him. Very, very vocal and very clear on his agenda, on his points, and then what he believes in. Mr. Makkar, welcome to the show. Good to see you. I think echo आपके पास ही आ रहा है, यहाँ तक ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा। फिर से एक बार थोड़ा सा फिक्स कर दो, because आप बोल रहे हो थोड़ा सा सुनाई दिया, but I think mainly it's going towards you, वहीं पे echo जा रहा है। Okay. That's little better, I think. That's better? Yeah, थोड़ा सा better है, थोड़ा सा better, but echo अभी है। But go ahead. Let's hear you. Let's hear you, Dev bhai. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Dev bhai, tell us, what have you noticed so far by watching the election results?
We are looking at the very Senate races, very close to President Trump.
Dev bhai, एक minute. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but ये audio बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं आ रहा, बहुत static आ रहा है. And since we are live on social media and radio and YouTube, I guess ये echo थोड़ा clear करना पड़ेगा. हो सके तो देव भाई फिर से log in करो, log out करो, and then log in again. Anyway, Vibhuti ji, तो मैं ये कह रहा था कि this is what the problem which has become with the Democratic Party, that they have become too liberal now, and and certain policies that they have. Listen, Bernie Sanders, AOC, okay, and then Kamala Harris, and some other Congress women from, I think one is Minnesota and one is from Michigan. They are really pressuring, either it's a Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders or even Nancy Pelosi, whoever is up there, leading Democratic Party in turning this country around. And if you are a person who is keeping your eyes open and ears open and watching and listening and reading everything around you, then you'll know that their plan is definitely not going to be in favor of America.
As I mentioned, I totally agree with you on that. I mean, it's wonderful to know that you echo the same sentiment that I believe in, is that, one of the things which has happened in the Western world is the leftward swing of the political elite. And the political elite I talk about is democratic liberal thing, who indulged in, political correctness. So if somebody some Democratic Party guy will say, oh, Obama Affordable Care Act gave 22 million uninsured people insurance. Great. Absolutely wonderful. No, everybody must have the coverage. But the question that comes about is, who paid for it? Who is paying for it? But corresponding number was equally sad, that nobody talks about it. And that number was the young people who were 26 years old and above, who did not make it to the health plans because they became so expensive for that. Because the younger the guy, his premiums were higher so that the uninsured can be covered. That's the number of young people over 26 who fell off the grid of medical insurance plans, who earlier had under different plan. So a lot of what has happened with Democratic Party is they have played a very interesting political gameplay. So whether it's Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, Sanjeev Pandya, Vibhuti Jha, whatever our income or official status is, we all have one vote. And the Democratic Party realized that promising to take care of that single vote bank gets them more votes than pandering to or serving one big industrialists.
Yes, absolutely.
So as a result of which, I'm happy to have 100 people who are unemployed, promise them that put me in power and I will give you everything. And he suddenly says, oh my God, he is my guy. So it is easy to capture 1,000 votes by promising something to do which you don't have. It's a very important thing to remember. For every electorate in this country, for every guy must know that when you promise when your political party promises to do something for free, he doesn't have to do it because he doesn't have the money to do it.
That is exactly the reality. All right, Mr. Dev Makkar has joined in. Let's check his audio to see if everything's okay. Dev bhai, once again, welcome to the show. Let's hear you.
Thank you very much.
Much better. You see that? Okay, nice. That familiar voice, very common and often on Radio Zindagi. Good to have you, Dev bhai. You tell us, what's your gut feeling after seeing the results so far?
If you look at the Senate races, the senators who are very close to President Trump,
they both have won.
The money was poured in like somebody is crazy over there. Like
especially in South Carolina. Especially in South Carolina.
56 million, never unheard of. These figures are unheard of in Senate races. And most of the people don't know. Biden himself has created a history. He's the first candidate to raise $1 billion all alone. Forget about PACs, forget about super PACs, forget about his friends and his girlfriends, those who are pouring in money. Thanks to John McCain and Senator Feinstein, that they messed up the election campaign financing laws. They both have given a disservice to the nation and for generations to come if this law is not corrected. And all of them have won, with handsome margin. And the $1 billion Biden got, it is from 94 billionaires and 8,800 bundlers. And from our community also, there are bundlers. For the first time, and their names are cropping up and they are getting good publicity. So I have been telling, they do not have anything to show. They have bad narrative that President Trump killed 220,000 people. But damn it, why don't you talk about H1N1, in which 60.8 million people got infected? And if that would have been lethal, more than 2 million people would have died. And then Obama and Biden, they used all the strategic reserve, whether it was ventilator or PPE, gloves, or all the vaccines or therapeutic, what you need when this kind of a virus hit the country, 7 years, they never replenish it. And if you look around in New Jersey and New York, the nursing homes were wiped out completely, not even a single survivor. And majority of these, those who are not private, those who are on the state funding, if the taxpayers' money you are giving to these nursing homes, it is your duty to supervise them, regulate them, in which the state failed miserably. I am privy to certain things not many people are. I'm close to such kind of nursing homes because I cash their payroll checks. And I can bet you, Sanjeevji, before I give you anything about the guy who cashed the check, you will say, okay, this guy does not know the spelling of hygiene.
Wow.
And that guy is working in a nursing home. And that's the reason entire population of couple of dozens nursing homes were wiped out. And still you are blaming Trump? You must be out of your brain if you do that. This is, and when it comes to race relations, again, they are wrong. The 10 most dangerous cities are controlled by Democrats, some over 100 years.
Very true, yes.
I give you example of Chicago. Democrat mayor, Democrat police chief, black mayor, black police chief, black prosecutor, black counsel, and still you have violence, and still you have arson, looting, and this, and then you call it a peaceful protest. That's nonsense. On top of that, if you look at Planned Parenthood is basically nothing but abortion factories. And Kamala Harris, when she was AG, she put a guy in jail for reporting because he did a sting operation of a Planned Parenthood in Orange County, California, that they are doing fetal trafficking and fetal part trafficking. Dr. Jennifer Russo, she is very close to Kamala, and Kamala has been getting funding for her elections, whether it was DA, whether it was GA from Planned Parenthood. And you will be surprised to know that federal court, on the recording of that man, prosecuted 2 companies who were dealing with that Planned Parenthood. They were fined $8 million and were told to pack up and never to be seen again in California. Why can't these people, on the pattern of the way the Kejriwal, the governor, or whether CM, in our language we call it CM, but over here he will be treated as a governor. What he started is Mohalla Clinic, which is wellness clinic or neighborhood clinic, which can provide basic service to the community rather than being an abortion factory. That if somebody gets sick, have a cold or this and that, just go there and put your prescription in the vending machine and you get free medicine. Democrats
Makar Sahab, this is Vibhuti Jha.
Vibhuti Jha, we have met. We have conversed.
We have met. Yes, that's why I'm saying I'm very glad we met here. No, आपने बहुत अच्छा कहा. But there were all very good reasons why any sane man must vote Republican and for Trump. Totally agree with you. But analyzing the outcome of the elections, if I may ask one thing, whether you agree with me or not, is that surprise, surprise, even in popular vote, Trump is leading today. So
yes, absolutely. I was going to say that.
I can give you the reason for that.
So 3 million votes he's leading right now. So California ka vote jab khulega, so 90% likelihood is that Trump will win popular vote as well as the electoral college, and he will be the first president after Reagan to do so.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing, right now, Trump has 17 states in his kitty and Biden has 14 states. But Biden is ahead by about 18 points when it comes to electoral college votes.
Correct. Which is fair.
Go ahead. Yes.
I have been telling and writing that Trump will break the record of Reagan in getting black votes. Because Reagan is the only president so far in his second term who got 11% vote, which is double digit. Normally, the Republicans get 7, 8%, 6% votes. So he will break that. I'm in predominantly African-American locality, and I'm there for 24 years. And people love me and they respect me. I reciprocate the same. And we do discuss sometimes politics also. And I started asking them, do you support Biden? And they started looking left and right, because Biden's only achievement in 47 years is that he's the father as well as the mother of private jails. That's his only achievement. With his 1986 law, 5-gram crack cocaine and 500-gram cocaine powder carries the same 5 years. And crack cocaine, 5-gram, who will carry? Poor people. And 500 gram, if I have a habit, although I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't touch anything. If I am carrying 500 gram powder cocaine, which is very fine powder, refined powder, expensive. And I have the attorneys also, because I have a big pocket. My attorney will go to the prosecutor and cut a deal. Okay, Mr. Makar will do the three-month community service. But the guy who carried the 5-gram crack cocaine, he will go to jail for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Then he came up in 94 with a law, 3 strike, you are gone. So he funded he got the Congress to pass the funding of the private jails. That's how he's the mother and father of the private jail. And with this achievement, he made America #1 in the nation, in the world, to have the biggest inmate population. That's the achievement of
And you are so right about that. Actually, there is a lady, a black lady who is fighting for a congressional seat from Pennsylvania. And I was listening to her and we asked her the question that how does it happen that a black popular person like you became a Republican and you're fighting the seat on a Republican ticket? And she said, I got educated. I learned in college, after I got educated, the Democratic Party had systematically taken advantage of blacks. They never wanted to solve our problems, but they wanted to perpetuate the problem and to keep us on the boil all the time. Now we realize that they did nothing for us. And that you are saying, Dev Saab, is very appropriate, that people are becoming more and more aware that all that these people do, Democrats do, is play the vote bank politics. And that's the sad part.
And they are caging them. Take example of Maxine Waters, 87-year-old, has been sleeping in the Congress for 44 years, running again for Congress. Her district, South LA, poverty rate, 43% are below poverty line. 29% of the children never graduate from the high school. Forget about going to college, never graduate from the high school. And gang wars. Then homelessness, which is up 265% if you look at the figures from 2009. And the funniest part is Maxine Waters does not drink the water of that constituency. She doesn't breathe in the air of that constituency because she lives somewhere else in a 6 million mansion. And hats off to the people who keep electing her. And sometimes I feel something is wrong with Californians. How come you can tolerate a person? First of all, I have been, since 2005, I have been writing everywhere, wherever I could. Anybody who is in public office for more than 12 years or 10 years for a mayor of the town, they become political gangsters. They are more dangerous than a gangster. Because without showing you gun, they are killing you. And these black leaders, they have been encashing their own community, have never done anything for them. I give you another example. 24 years I am in Irvington. I know everybody in the town hall, and 65 to 70% of the people who the resident know me. Every time when a politician come to me for a check cash, or rather it's a free service, when you are putting a new school, that I have been asking them since 2009. Their population is almost 80,000, one high school, and the class size is 40 plus. They have an obsolete desktop on 10 to 15 kids, and some of the kids sit on windowsill. The playground, they converted into a parking, so they don't have to provide the hardware, like you have to provide the kit, you have to provide the everything if you are going to make them players. So that is gone. In 24 years, their standard answer is, we are working on it. And these buggers had a golden opportunity when Obama was in the office. Irvington General Hospital shut down. And I told them, okay, take this one, make a representation to Obama and make it a vocational school. Not everybody can be a computer wizard. Not everybody can become a doctor. We need like tradesmen also, like a carpenter, HVAC engineer. do that. The community needs it. What they did, they sold it for peanuts to a real estate lady, and they gave her tax abatement and everything. And now in Irvington, you can have an apartment, or she call it condo, for $2,700 a month.
Oh, okay. Devbhai, we got about 2-3 minutes left in this hour before the next crew comes in 11 o'clock hour. I thank you for your time. I just want to add one thing, that Donald Trump has done a lot more for the Black American community, but the mainstream media will never report that, because they want them, the Black community, they want them to be in that thought that only Democrats would do good for them. I'm telling you. But some Blacks have realized it. If they put only racism issue on the side and try to understand the politics, that who's been taking their advantage for decades, they will know that it was a Democratic Party which ruined the community so badly on the name of racism, and on the name of ignorance, and then on the name of illiterate. They have taken advantage of that community.
I will give you one short point. These 94 billionaires who have supported Biden with their cash vaults open, take anything what you want, because they do not like America First Trump's policy. They do not like Make in America. They do not like hire Americans, because these guys want illegal immigration, and through a contractor they hire the labor. They never hire an illegal immigrant directly.
Exactly.
All these meat plant or big plants where you need a labor, or Dave is there and he has some pickup trucks. He bring the labor over there and take them back. And Dave is billing them. And they know it. Dave is providing them illegal labor, but it suits them.
Okay.
And Trump has put a plug on this with 400 miles of the southern wall.
Yes.
He has put a plug. And that Kamala, I call her Kamala, because in our Hindi language, Kamala means, oh, she's always doing something funny. That's Kamala.
Devbhai, thank you so very much. And then earlier you just mentioned something wrong with Californians, and it's true when you were talking about Maxine Waters. Listen, Nancy Pelosi is from California, so is Kamala Harris, and we know what's wrong with them. But anyway, thank you so very much for your time. We'll connect back with you once after election is over. Vibhuti, I'll speak with you later. I'll have you an hour later. All right. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next is Mr. Harry Malhotra and RJ Toy. They are coming back again in the hour of 11 to 12 right now. Election 2020 continues on Radio Zindagi, and the guests who are scheduled to join in at 11:15 p.m. Mr. Ramesh Kapoor, who's a Democrat, and at 11:45, Mr. Hemant Bhatt of SACO, South Asian Republican Coalition. These are the guests are scheduled to join in, and in a minute, right after the station ID, I will hand over the baton to Mr. Harry Malhotra, and he will take it forward. So stay tuned. And gentlemen, I will speak with you a little bit later on. This is Radio Zindagi Election 2020 show. Jiya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
you. See you later. See you later. Dev Saab, good to meet you. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be with you again.
Thank you.
Sanjeev, do let me know when I go on, please.
सूर्य हटा दे
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. That was the break hour. You're watching us live on Facebook as well as you're hearing it live on
Radio Zindagi everywhere. And ladies and gentlemen, now I present to you Radio Zindagi's very own two popular radio personalities. One can be dangerous, and when both of them can get together, I just say that you listen it at your own risk. Introducing you once again, Harry Malhotra and RJ Toy on Radio Zingi to continue with this election 2020 update. Gentlemen, enjoy it, have fun.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you so much. Sudev, good to see you. Mano, it's been a long time, brother.
Yeah, and Sanjeev बोल रहा था, so when Toy and Harry get together, हम सरकार भी गिरा सकते हैं, right?
No, बिल्कुल sir. अभी तो वैसा ही कुछ लग रहा है.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. See, as I was telling Rick earlier, like till it ain't over till it's over, right? But here's the thing. I mean, I know we're focusing on elections and coverage and all that, but there's another big piece of news, at least for people in New Jersey, and this is an outcome of this election. So marijuana just became legal in New Jersey. So we are now a pot state, and this is not medical marijuana. This is recreational marijuana. I mean, for people who are voting in New Jersey, on one side we had the presidential and the nominations, etc. And on the other side, we had a choice of 2 or 3 questions. One of which was taxes for veterans who are not in combat and stuff like that, and something about zoning. And the third question was making marijuana legal in New Jersey. So marijuana is now, as of now, already it's been declared it's legal because New Jersey has voted yes to marijuana. So whether we get a new president or new government, we don't know. But definitely what we have for sure in marijuana is in New Jersey marijuana right now.
Here's the thing. Have you been to the city lately? I'll tell you, before this whole COVID thing started, I was in the city with my kids, and there were trucks already out there, the green trucks as we call them. And you pay $20 and you get 4 cookies. We know what kind of cookies those were. And I was there with my kids. My kids almost ran up to the truck and they're like, "Dad, we want this cookie." I'm like, no, this is not for you. So I mean, I don't even think that should, it should have been done a long time ago, but these are our personal opinions.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is to put it in a presidential electoral ballot. I mean, I think that's the first time in history of any country. By the way, Harry, I want to just discuss something quickly before our new guest comes.
Sure.
So they say the 270 mark is the critical line, to get the majority. But what happens if there's no clear presidential candidate who gets the clear 270 electoral votes? Well, there's a website called 270 to Win, which is a non-partisan political website. And they're known to projecting elections. So it says over there that if there's a tie, if it's like 269 apiece, the House will break it with each state delegation getting on 1 vote. So it's going to be the messiest possible electoral college scenario in history, probably. I mean,
yeah, it's funny you bring that up. Me and when I was doing the earlier hour, we were discussing this, and Nancy Pelosi has actually made a statement that if, God forbid that happens, the House will decide who will be the president. That to me sounds very crazy. Never heard of it.
Yes, and Nancy Pelosi, given what's happened in the last 4 years, I'm sure it'll rotate and we'll be in limbo like we are with the second stimulus check, It's going to be limbo for a long time.
The trend that I'm watching right now, Texas right now, 74% in, Trump is 51.5%, Joe Biden 47.2%. I mean, Trump is leading almost 400,000 votes. And then Florida just declared. It's a red state, baby.
Yes,
97% voting in. Donald Trump is 51.3%, Joe Biden 47.8%. I mean, a blue state turned red. And then Georgia, very close, 65% in. Donald Trump is 54% up, and Joe Biden is 44.8%. And then North Carolina, Trump is actually catching up. Actually, he's leading. 94% in North Carolina, where Biden was leading. Trump is 50.1%, and 48.7% is Biden. South Carolina is already declared. I mean, it's been called for by many channels. And of course, I have 5 channels here, and it's announced everywhere.
Yes, we're all surrounded by a bunch of screens and a phone with multiple windows open. But it says that if neither candidate gets a majority of the 530th electoral votes, according to this, the election for president is decided by the House of Representatives, and a majority of 26 states is needed to win. So the senators get to select the vice president, with each senator having 1 vote. So I hope it doesn't get to that, because by the way, the last few bills in Senate have taken forever. I mean, we almost had to do a cesarean to get those bills out and let the common man enjoy its benefits. You know,
I'll tell
some
you this,
cases executive orders
the balance of power between Senate, Republicans actually gaining ground on the Senate, Republicans 40 now and Democrats 44. If you call about the House balance of power, Republicans are leading way over. Republicans are 129, Democrats are 97. This is my personal feeling. I think they're going to clean slate. They're going to, because you see, if you come to the electoral votes, they're not counting Texas. They're not. Texas is 38, Florida is 29. That's 67 right there. Georgia is 16. 67 plus 16. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's 93 votes right there. And we're not even counting any other. Pennsylvania is crazy, though, the state that we were looking at. 45% in. Trump is 55% lead, 55.7. Joe Biden is 43.1.
So, you know, I know Joe Biden has been very actively campaigning in Philadelphia area, and he keeps on calling himself the Scranton boy, which he touts a lot. But don't forget, Western Pennsylvania is fracking country. You know,
of course,
the fracking industry. If it doesn't work out for them, there'll be many people without jobs. I mean, anyway, as it coronavirus has taken away so many people's income, and people are feeling the economic pinch right now. And on top of that, if you take away those people who make a fortune from that industry, if you take away their jobs, so Pennsylvania is a pretty divided state. You know, it's in the olden days in the Hillary in Trump won. You know, Hillary versus Trump. Yes. People said, oh, the African American voters didn't come out and vote for Hillary, and that's why it didn't happen. But here, it's pretty much economics, which is kicking in, if you ask me.
What is your gut feeling? Your gut feeling, not your professional opinion, but your gut feeling. What do you think will happen tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, although the pundits have been saying Biden is in the lead, because of you and I being radio jockeys, we have our ear a little closer to the ground. We have people who call us between the shows, who say things they don't want to say on air. And what I felt has happened is because of the way the mainstream media had vilified anything to do with Trump or the Republican Party, people who actually even felt for the policies were scared to declare it. Like you would be seen as gauche or seen as uncool or maybe as backward because of the way you were vilified by media. But people still have their own internal convictions, and that's probably what's playing out in the votes today. So I actually always believe that I didn't go by psephologists or the predictors, etc. I kind of felt that people will do what they think is best for their own economy or their own country, and it looks like, despite whatever personal reservations they may have about Mr. Trump about his mannerisms, in terms of a strategist, in terms of being a leader, if we are attacked by a greater superpower, they probably would have felt he's a better leader to take America to the.
You're trying to dodge the question, my friend. What is your gut feeling, your personal opinion? But
let's see.
Here's what I am more concerned, and I've been watching this election very closely. Presidential, I kind of knew that Trump's going to win. I'm watching more on the Senate and the House. Even if he wins, and God forbid if he lost both, there's no point of being a president because he won't be able to do nothing.
Yeah, it'll be like Barack Obama's time. He was struggling to get any bill through, and finally you have to rely on executive order after executive order.
Yeah, you and me and everybody else not getting a $1,200 check. And listen,
you don't need one, anyways.
That doesn't mean anything. I mean, it's money coming in, and
it's money, and not only that. Listen, for people like us who are small business owners, it is a shot in the arm for people who, with all the stimulus which comes in, etc. Many businesses have actually had to resort to those checks to survive. Anyway, let's look at before we get our first guest. Do you want to quickly give an update on what's going on around the country?
Absolutely, sir. I'll give a few states. I'll give the red, you give the blue. Is that cool?
All right, let me just pull it out. Go ahead.
I'll start with Oklahoma. Declared already, 94% in. Trump wins, 65.3%. Joe Biden, 32.4%. Arkansas, Trump wins, 79%, 62%. Joe Biden is over there, 34%. Texas, still a very close game going on, 74%. Trump is 51.5%. Joe Biden is 47.1%. Trump declared and got 29 electoral votes in Florida for the first time. Florida has flipped red all across. Trump is 51.3%. Joe Biden lost, by almost 500,000 votes. Alabama, of course, Trump won by 65%. Joe Biden was 33.4%. Mississippi, Donald Trump 60%, 60.8%. Joe Biden 37.7%. Indiana, of course, that was declared way back as soon as it started. That's 11 electoral votes. Donald Trump 60%, 60.1%. Joe Biden 37.9%. And very crucial votes that he won. Now, the crucial states that we're looking at, Georgia, 67% votes in, 54.3 Donald Trump leading, and Joe Biden is 44.5. North Carolina, Trump actually caught up and is leading, 94% in. I think it will be called anytime. Trump is 50.1%. Joe Biden is 48.7% with a margin of almost 140,000 votes. Virginia, now here's the funny part. Virginia, Trump, it's 58% in. They're still showing Joe Biden in the lead. While Joe Biden is 46.1%, Trump is 52.3%. Illinois, of course, 70% in, but that's it's you. But Pennsylvania, this is what I'm looking at. 46% in. Donald Trump is 55.2%. Joe Biden 42.2%.
Well, here's what I think. Of course, I don't think we'll have a clear winner by tonight because of the huge number of postal mail-in ballots. But the states which raise eyebrows for a Republican would be Arizona. Now, Arizona, or it was decided. Pretty much people assume that the whole Sun Belt, right, would be taken over by Trump because those are all red states. But right now, Joe Biden actually has opened up a pretty early lead in Arizona, with about 75% of the expected votes counted. Biden is leading Trump by about 8 percentage points, which is pretty surprising. I mean, no one would ever have thought, that Arizona would flip like this, But it seems to be.
I was listening to the news feed. The main hit that Trump got there was because of the McCain family. You remember McCain family? They endorsed Biden. Because of the whole tension or whatever you want to call it between the family and the late candidate for the president, Mr. McCain. The whole family actually went after and supported Biden. That's
you
what
also
was the
think
main
it's
reason.
because of the immigrants over there who have now become citizens and can vote, and so they're now trying to get back. I mean, that could probably be another theory, I think, because Arizona, has been a state which has had a very porous border, and there have been a lot of allegations of police being a little high-handed in the way they, would catch and nab many of these immigrants. And now, over a period of time, many of these immigrants, they grow into citizenship, and now they have the right to vote.
The one issue I want to discuss with you, my friend, I'm a typical New Yorker. I love New Yorker. Of course, we're all Americans, but I'm a New York boy. I'm a Long Islander, born up in Queens. But here's the thing: the stuff that I'm looking at right now. I mean, I was watching Fox, I was watching CNN. When the anchors, they sit and they have the glass and they have like the whole city showing up. Everything behind them was boarded up. Everything.
Oh yeah.
Manhattan has lost so much business. I mean, the hotels over there, the exquisite hotels, I would say, are filled with, I'm not even going to go there. Have you ever seen, and I'm not just talking about New York, I've been saying this all night, New York, Pennsylvania, DC, Chicago. Chicago's in bad shape, California, and so many other states. Would you ever expect this to happen in the United States of America?
I feel this, what happened in the last few months with the BLM protests, etc., across the country, and the way our law enforcement, which does a phenomenal job typically, had their hands tied because of whatever had been happening across the, people feel scared that if they go and try and exert their authority of their uniform, someone will pull out a phone and then make this a racial issue sometimes, And with that happening, this has led to the fact that these businesses are boarded up today, because they're afraid that the law enforcement, which actually has the right to do it, would probably be scared, because here you have an officer who's probably going to take some action, but then when you're in a fight, you cannot. It's not a perfect situation, right? And excesses do happen, and then your career goes for a toss because of that. You lose your job. So we have to be helping the people in uniform. You have to be behind the people who maintain law and order. America has encouraged immigrants from across the country. This is what makes us great from across the world. But if we do not keep what makes America America, if we not keep the law and order situation in place and the values which makes us and keeps us as Americans, we are going to be losing out in the long run. And I'm not saying this from a political angle.
But don't you think the rights that are given, the democracy that is ours, people are taking undue advantage of that?
And that's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Yes, I understand there was injustice done, whether you call it George Floyd or many other deaths. But what about a small business owner who has a cell phone store or a mom and pop shop or been in the business for 20 some years with his tiny little restaurant burned down to the crisp? What have they done? What are they? Who are they going to blame? Everybody goes, oh yeah, it's Trump. It's Trump's America. Then the Trump side goes, no, this is what BLM and the other guys do.
Mr. Trump has been in power just 4 years. This has been happening for decades, I mean, I know Mr. Trump gets a lot of flack about whatever race, etc. But if you're going to see his track record on creating jobs for, say, the African American community, it's probably better than many presidents in the past. Anyway, we will see what happens. But I'm just changing the topic on this.
Do you know? I call Trump the Salman Khan of America because whatever.
He has the attitude. He has the attitude. The only thing is to take his shirt off. That's all.
Absolutely. You just know. Actually, he better not take that off.
By the way, New Yorker that you are, what's your? AOC has won. AOC, yeah, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. So she, and many people are seeing her as the socialist face of the Democratic Party. And now, she's won, and in a quite a resounding way too. I believe her opponent only got 30% of the vote. So what's your take on that?
No, actually, she makes her point very clear. I don't support her policies, to be honest. But honestly speaking, she says it like it is, and she says, as a matter of fact, when the whole remember the whole presidential campaigning was going on, and she had posted, "I only got 60 seconds to speak." 60 seconds. That's all she was allowed to speak. So basically, what I think is she's just batting for herself, and she's trying to make a name and a position for herself. And she's new in the game, but I do think she has a long way to go.
I guess it's because, she says it as it is. It's pretty much the way when Mr. Trump came in power, people said, okay, here's someone who's not really a politician. And, for whatever it is, let's
let me rephrase myself. She doesn't say, sometimes she overdoes it, and as well as
that's an understatement.
That's another statement, but I'm not going to go there. Like I said, you said in the beginning, we have a great guest coming up, Mr. Kapoor. Amazing gentleman. And 11:45 we have Mr. Hemant Bhatt. Mr. Hemant Bhatt, founder, chairman, South Asian Public Coalition. Now we have Mr. Ramesh Kapoor coming in, president of USIS Council, Biden, and Kamala National Finance. He's one of the senior most Democrat from Indian community, and I see him on the screen. Mr. Ramesh Kapoor, if you can hear us, sir, kindly unmute yourself. And how are you? He's even wearing a blue coat and a blue shirt. Sir, unmute yourself.
Mr. Kapoor, you're mute. There you go.
I'm on mute now. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we can hear you. Welcome to the show, sir.
Okay, thank you.
How are you doing tonight, sir? And how are you doing tonight? We know it's going to be a long night. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen at the end of the night?
Well, what my prediction was, whatever I was, that we are going to take the Senate, we're going to take the House, and we'll take the presidency. Those three, the blue walls that was there, we had already Trump punctured 4 years back. We already got that 2 years back. It came back to the Democratic Party. Now what the way it's looking is that we will probably take Arizona also, all right? And Arizona looks like will come to Biden. And then we have two other states that are there. One is Carolina, and the other one is Georgia, okay? And so I don't think Florida is gone. I thought maybe we might have a shot at Florida because of all the older folks with the way Trump handled COVID-19. But I guess Florida, they felt that money is more important than life. Okay.
Let me
So
just update you on some information, sir. North Carolina, 94% reporting. Trump is leading 50.1%, and Joe Biden is 48.7%. And Georgia, 70% in. Trump is 54%, and Joe Biden is 44.8%. That's a huge.
So I think we won't take it. The only
I
one
guess
is Arizona,
also
probably.
South Carolina has been won by the Republicans. Mr. Trump has
South
won
Carolina has been. I'm updating them on North Carolina.
North Carolina too. Yes, yes.
Yeah, 94% in. Mr. Trump is leading.
So
almost
I
point and a half.
guess Georgia is, I guess they did a better job, and Arizona is then the only one that will take, other than the three others: Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, Minnesota.
So,
Kindly educate our listeners and our viewers. When we tally of Texas 38 electoral votes, Georgia 16, Florida 29, North Carolina 15, that's almost more than 100. Arizona is 11 electoral votes. How does that affect?
Well, we already have 76 with the three states that we are talking about. Arizona will just add to it, okay? What is going to help us, Arizona will help us, is that it's giving us a Senate seat, okay? That's where Arizona is helping. So what will happen, so we already have 270 with these three states, but Arizona just adds a little, gives us a little.
Would you mind
cherry.
explaining us, sir? I'm a bit confused. How do you have 270?
Well, that's what, you have Ohio, you have California, you have New York, all the Delaware, all these states you add up, okay? I mean, this is basic 101 electoral vote. If you add those, there are basic Democratic states and there are basic Republican states, okay? And if you add the Democratic states, usually every election we get it. Last time, what Trump did is he punctured by taking by 80,000 votes these three states that he squeaked by, and that's how he got the extra electoral votes to come in, to win the elections. Okay.
But
so
sir, just help us over here. Virginia, 61% in. Mr. Trump is leading there. Joe Biden is trailing. Florida, which was a blue state, became red. Georgia, 70%. Looks like
which became blue state?
Florida became red. Virginia, they're still counting at 61% in.
Florida was always a red state.
But it was part blue, and now it's turned all red.
No, I mean,
like
Miami,
the figures that I see. I'm
yeah,
sorry,
but we have never won Florida. I mean, Hillary didn't win Florida. We haven't really won Florida.
So here's what I'm saying right now. In terms of electoral votes, so Biden has 192 electoral votes of the 272 required to win, and with a 47.7 million, and President Trump has 114 with 49.2 million as of now. Of course, we do know that there is a significant amount of mail ballots, and mail ballots, typically, I mean, I know the process pretty well. You have to, physically verify, and it takes time. It could be a matter of days before we have a clarity on the mail ballots. And I do foresee challenges happening to many election results too. Do you think that's a possibility, Mr. Kapoor? That there will be challenges?
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be. The difference will be high on these three states, okay? So, there won't be like very close races. Look, 80,000 people, three states, he won by 80,000 votes and he became the president. I think this is more challenges, and more is for the lawyers, and more of noise for media to keep talking about it.
To speculate about it.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, we got so much time. There are so many programs out there, so we have to do something. Fill those programs. What ifs? Oh, Trump won't leave the White House, and even if he loses, and all that. It's all speculative stuff. Okay.
And it's true. And also, I would also say that probably in the last 4 years, despite his best efforts, much of the mainstream media has probably been a little, unkind on his efforts, if I would say, for want of a better word, less than kind on, on Mr. Trump's efforts. Do you agree?
He's an entertainer, okay? you know, their ratings went up. Well, you know, he was right. He said, hey, you're making more money.
I mean, in India right now, I just heard Arnab Goswami, whom you know of, right? There's a story right now.
Heard about that. Yeah, I know.
He's got arrested.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was on the Republic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did he let you speak? Did he let you speak?
Yeah.
I mean, Harry and I are trying to be quiet.
What did I do with goddamn Zoom over here? Something I did. But anyway, while we were talking about it, because I was there on 8:30 when I was talking about it, and we were having different discussion about India and U.S.-India relationship. And then all of a sudden, you know, after about 45 minutes, they cut it off because of he got arrested, and it was right.
Sir, let me ask you a question. It might be a little bold statement from me, or a bold question. Please forgive me. You're more experienced than me. Like you said that Trump is an entertainer. It's like kind of saying when Mr. Modi, Honorable Prime Minister Modi was winning, they used to say, "Chai wala Prime Minister kya banega?" Isn't it kind of relating to that? Yeah, Trump is just an entertainer, but he's doing better for the economy. That's what the popular votes are saying, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, see, he's an entertainer, okay? Because remember where the bottom fell was during Bush's time. Remember that. We forget that. All right. If you look at the numbers that when the bottom fell over there after Bush, okay, and that's where the stimulus was done, and in the next 8 years, the economy was built up, the unemployment started going down, and over there, and then with Trump, he with the sugar high that he gave in terms of the taxes lower. And guess what? The taxes didn't go to the middle class, or for example, my state, Massachusetts, New York, California, he took away all the deduction that we had on state taxes. Okay, so I got, instead of all the major corporations get a big reduction, and I got 2%, net 2% reduction of it. All right. But he projected I was the best economy I did, the best, even the job creation, if you look at the statistics was there, job creation was done more on the Obama Biden time than the Trump. These are facts. And then all the deficit, all the reduction tax that was given to the corporate America. Do you know how much went the total reduction? This is Merrill Lynch numbers, okay? It's not my numbers. 106% went in buying their stocks, okay? 106%. So not only 100% of the taxes, another 6% they took it out of their goddamn bottom line and bought the tax, bought the shares. Show the economy, the tax, Wall Street doesn't create jobs, okay? Remember that. Okay, Main Street creates jobs. So what did that? So 401ks, yeah, but there are only a certain percentage of the people who have 401ks and everything went up. But the total thing in terms of future wasn't created. Everything, and so that the biggest problem, I think, what Trump did is that he would be. I think if he handled that right, he would be the president for another 4 years, because Americans don't like to change. Okay.
To bolster what you're saying, the news just came in that Kathy Manning flips the Republican-held North Carolina seat, and Joe Biden has actually won Arizona. So these are just pieces of news.
So Arizona is won Arizona. Yeah.
Yes, Arizona is Democrats.
Yeah. So that gives us a little cushion, really just gives us bragging rights. We still have 276 votes we'll have with those.
We will see. Maybe, if your crystal ball is going to be correct. But, of course, the night is still young, and maybe we'll still have a few more days. But thank you so much for coming on the show. Okay. We always appreciate your perspective and, your guidance on the matter.
If I may ask a last line, sir, what is your projection? What is your prediction tonight?
I think that's all. We will take one state, Arizona, for bragging rights. We'll take the Senate. We will have 4 seats in the Senate. We will lose Alabama, and we'll have only 3 seats in the Senate. We might not take, which is sad news, we might not take Maine because the person who's running is Indian American. Her father is Indian American, Gideon.
Mm-hmm.
Her father is Indian American, Sarah Gideon. And I did a fundraiser for her. But she was a poor candidate. She had the shot of winning it, but I could see her campaign, they were not responsive. I raised money for her, and if they're not responsive for people that are, see, what I wanted to do is, I wanted to give her always give anybody I give money, I give 2-page speech of Sunanda Vasist, okay? She spoke to the Lantos Foundation about 6 or 8 months back, and she gave the best 10-minute speech on Kashmir and talked about very effectively talked about 30 years of terrorism. And I make a condition that I will write them a check if they read this speech, okay? She didn't read the speech. She didn't respond. I knew we were in trouble. And Joe Kennedy did the same thing in the primary. I wanted him to defeat Ed Markey because he was anti-India for years and years. And I saw the same thing in him. But we'll pick it up somewhere else. The 3 seats we'll have. And that's what my prediction is.
Who do you think is going to have the presidency at the end of the day?
It's going to be Biden and Kamala Harris. By the way, I just want you to know that, okay?
Sir.
I've won a lot of bets in prediction, okay? Of who will win, all right?
Now, when it comes to South Asians, we have a thing. Now, whether we meet with Panditji or whether we meet with politicians, kaun jeetega bata do.
No, Panditji, we don't do a Panditji. I go, I'm doing this since 1986, Mike Dukakis days, okay? Spend 60% of my time just on presidential elections. That's what I do. And US-India relationship. So you learn this process. You learn certain things, the way the trends are, what is going, what is what. By the way, I did a fundraiser when Kamala Harris ran for the Senate. I did a fundraiser in my house in Boston, outside Boston, Winchester. And this was in January of 2016. Okay. At that time, I said, Trump is going to be the next president, and they will get so disgusted with him, and you are the future president. I predicted, I told her at that time. And she's presidential material, and I think what we will have is probably the White, if we don't blow it, and sometimes what happens is when you have the White House, you always overreach. Both parties does that, okay? Democrats do that, Republicans, they always overreach. And then there is a pendulum moves back. There's a backlash, so that's, if they don't do that, and they by the way, one of the things, other than Democrats, I'm pushing for investment tax credit. Biden has a plan for investment tax credit, but not as vast that I want it to be, and that's how manufacturing will come back. 15% tax credit for all the manufacturing. You see how the jobs will come back to United States.
We have another guest actually who's waiting.
Thank you so much, Kapoor Saab. God bless. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. So we'll talk Monday morning, whether I eat crow or not.
Thank you so much for coming on the show, sir. Really appreciate you giving the time.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night.
So
I would love to bet with Kapoor Saab, but he writes 2 big checks to everybody else.
No.
I mean,
I know. Well, you know what Bhagavad Gita says, okay? What you don't spend on yourself and what you don't give to charity is all destroyed. And politics is charity, okay? All right. My goal is very simple. I use the politicians, they use me. I use them for a higher cause, they use me for their own cause. It's a very simple formula, okay? And that's what Bhagavad Gita
maybe you should run for office then one day.
No, our kids. By the way, this Impact is there. I give them money every year. You've heard about the organization Impact, all right? where we mentor the next generation, raise money. Check it out, Impact.
Sure. Thank you. We will, and really appreciate you coming today, sir. We have our next guest. I think.
Thank you, sir. God bless. Thank you very much.
Really
Thanks,
appreciate you coming on board. Thank you for making the time, sir.
Yeah, no problem.
Toy, you want to give other updates?
Yeah, so I mean, just keeping in tune with what Mr. Kapoor was saying. Yes, as he was speaking, it was almost like a prophecy coming true. Arizona and then North Carolina. I mean, just a few minutes ago, we were thinking that they would probably, at least North Carolina was speculating would probably go red. So it is, I mean, I came on in the 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock hour with Sanjeev. And at that time, Mr. Trump was actually leading in the total electoral college across the country. But right now, the situation seems to be changing. And of course, as you rightly point out, it's still, a work in progress. I mean, the numbers are changing. Mr. Kapoor,
let me just update you right now. Senate, they've come very close. Democrat 45, Republicans 44. House is Democrat 112, Republicans 139. They were very far in the Senate, Republicans, but they've caught up.
So we are going to have in fact, the Senate is 43-43 right now. And the House is 108 to Democrats, 140 as per the results I'm getting at right now. Of course, people are still speculating. We're going to have Mr. Hemant Kumar Bhatt, the president of the South Asian Republican Coalition. I'm sure his take will be significantly different from what Mr. Kapoor had. So, as we have Mr. Hemant Kumar Bhatt coming on, we'll get a totally different perspective. But it is interesting how the common man, the layman, has this time got so galvanized into voting. I mean, normally people are "Ha karenge, dekha jayega, koi gal nahi, dekhi jayegi" kind of attitude about the vote. But this time, the numbers are huge, and probably fanned by popular media saying that, if you don't vote, this is going to happen to you, and the same thing's going to happen. And a lot of the media, demonizing Mr. Trump and stuff like that, try to create a sort of thing where everyone has sort of been galvanized. Now, I'm not saying that everyone who's galvanized are voting against him. There are a lot of people who feel their media has violated what is the truth, so they need to go out and show to the government what is the right thing.
What makes me happy, imagine our parents in the 70s and the 80s. You wouldn't have, they would have gone and voted, of course, they exercise their rights. But the way the South Asians are involved now in the elections, whether it be a Senate, a governor, a board of ed, presidential, the way we have gotten involved, whatever side we have chosen, Democrat or Republican, but it just makes me proud the way South Asians are getting involved, and our vote matters right now. It's historical as a community.
So here's the thing, I grew up as a like an NRI too. I grew up in Africa, and I was in school in England for a while. But there, South Asians, we would come, we do our business, we make our money, and we just repatriate money back to India or Pakistan or wherever we belong. But it's great to see that now the next generation, or even the first generation people are coming, are trying to get involved in mainstream life. And they're trying to, instead of cribbing about the government and saying, it's racist, is that, we are trying to determine our own fate. And I think you raised a very important point, Harry, because this is the awakening of the Renaissance of the South Asians, who are the global South Asian rather. This is the time we realize that, we belong to a country, but we have now adopted a karma bhumi, as you like it. We may have a janma bhumi, but we have a karma bhumi. So if this is our karma bhumi, let us determine our own fate. And I'm sure in future elections, we, on both sides of the political spectrum, red, blue or red, we will be seeing more and more South Asian representation. And very soon, let's hope and so we'll see a South Asian president. I was just talking about it.
Absolutely. Listen, look at England, look at Canada. I mean, half of the British Parliament, more than half, I would say, even the Canadian Parliament, literally the South Asians turned the election around over there, whether it be the positions of any power or sub-power. This is what makes me happy, actually, especially the youngsters who are coming after us.
They'll be inspired. They'll be inspired, right?
They have been inspired, and of course, they will make a difference. Hopefully, they make the better choice.
No, the thing is, the fact is they realize that they will have to now determine their own fate. It's not like we are the second-class citizens. And to be honest with you, America is a country which makes that possible. It is a country where, even if you have come from a different country, once you are an American, you're as American as everyone else. So, get involved, get into public life and determine your own fate rather than cribbing about it and say that, oh, we are second-class citizens in this country. We're not.
The whole difference in attitude is, like you said previously, chalo dekhenge, chalta hai na, hota hai na. Now the younger generation, including us, I would include us, it's a very different attitude. Like, no, chalta hai, hota hai, nahi, aise hoga, tabi. And if you give it to us, what you promise, only tab hoga, varna ye nahi. I always say it on my show, and throughout this whole election period, I've said it. Every election is important. Yes, this might be a life-changing election, but every election is that way. If you haven't voted, stop complaining. Dusre din newspaper khol ke ye mat bolo, darling, is desh ka kya hoga? If you haven't voted, you don't have the right. Keep quiet, drink your chai, eat your pakoras, and just watch CNN or Fox.
So, Harry, when are you going to stand for elections? I mean,
in a year and a half.
Great. So, do I have to move to Long Island to come and vote for you, or will it be
absolutely
a bigger play? But no, jokes apart, it is a high possibility that today people from our community, who are more in public life, should get more and more involved. And I think you've raised a very salient point over here. Okay, so now let's have a look at what's the latest while we wait for Hemant ji. Now, for our listeners, the next guest we have is the founder of the South Asian Republican Coalition. He's going to be joining us very shortly. But in the meanwhile, we just want to give some updates because these are seesaw results. I mean, every time I look, the seesaw has tilted the other way, it seems. Like I was here at 8 o'clock, it was, swinging one way, and now it's seems to be swinging the other way. And of course, in the previous show, we had Rick Mehta, who is a senatorial candidate from New Jersey.
Great guy, spoke to him the other day.
And just a few minutes later, we found out that he has lost to Cory Booker. But for a first timer, where Cory Booker got 200-something thousand votes, he did 163, which, and don't forget, in a state like New Jersey, the Democrats are a very well-oiled machinery where there's a good fundraising, there's a good campaign, and the Republican Party, because of the fact this has never been a red state, the machinery isn't as, maybe, for want of a better word, efficient as maybe the blue machinery would be. All right.
Absolutely.
All right. So now
I'm looking at the Senate run. Few of my, like you said, New Jersey, Mr. Rick Mehta, unfortunately lost, but first time he did an amazing job. I have a few more friends. Their results are not in, and we've been waiting eagerly. Now, if you know New Hampshire, Mr. Shaheen actually won, and there are a few others that I'm waiting for. Shaheen ran as a Democrat. He won. Now the House is going nuts. I mean, the House.
140 Republicans, right? That's what I have over here.
No, the House Republicans are 142. Democrats are 115. They need 218 to control. The Senate is actually a neck-to-neck game. Democrats are 45 and Republicans are 44. Yes, they need 51 to control. A few more results are not in yet, and I'm hoping one of my good buddies wins. He's running through Long Island for Senate, and then I could party after 12 because we have a watch party going on, and just Jay Singh ji was here and a few other friends were here. So I actually take this off, run, I wear my zip up, and I run over there. Then I come back. Now tell us a little bit about our next guest more. What has he done? He's a Republican, as far as I know, Mr. Hemant.
So I will, of course, leave him to make his own introduction, but I do know him personally too. So he's just joining in right now, as you can see, Mr. Hemant. So he has been pretty much the visionary behind the founder of the South Asian Republican.
Hold on. President Trump wins Ohio, brother. Sorry to cut you off.
Wow, that's good news.
That's like a major state. That just came in. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead, brother. What were you saying?
We have the privilege of having with us Mr. Hemant Bhatt. Hemant ji, how are you? This is RJ Toy and Harry Malhotra.
How are you, sir?
Can you hear us, sir? Hemantji, can you hear us? I think he's just getting connected to the audio. Hello,
Hemantji,
Hemantji.
can you hear us?
I think, is he muted? Oh, 1 minute.
No, he doesn't look like muted. But Hemantji, can you hear us? Give us a thumbs up if you can hear us.
Oh. I think he's on audio. So yeah, so Ohio, just quickly on Ohio, what were you saying?
That's a very important state. I mean, you know, yes. Everybody focuses on that state. So Trump has Ohio and Florida. That that's like Ohio is 38 electoral votes. Oh, sorry, Texas is 38 electoral votes. Ohio is 18 votes. So that's a major state, and everybody looks at Ohio.
Okay, I think Hemantji, you're with us now. He's just probably Hemantji, can you hear us? You're on mute, sir. Aapka microphone mute pe hai, sir. Just unmute your mic and you'll be good. Okay. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Aap kaise?
This is
how is everything?
And thank you so much. And I'll tell you, Harry, I've known Hemantji for the last 2-3 years almost. I actually met him and heard him speak once. And Hemantji has been the visionary behind the South Asian Republican Coalition. He has pretty much nurtured the organization from its grassroots. You know, being a person who is a busy person with his other pursuits, he's taken the term to nurture the group, keep it together, you know, and there are also, you know, discomforts. He balances the group out very well. And over a period of time, working with the Trump family, you know, Mr. Donald Trump Jr. and Mr. Trump himself, he has brought the South Asian Republican Coalition to pretty much a national level. So Hemantji, aapko kya lag raha hai? What is your feedback on this election? What do you think, which way you think is going?
All right. Thank you so much for having me here, Sunil ji and Raj, RJ. See, the most important thing is this election, as we all know, very, very crucial for all of us. And it is going to decide the direction of America, which direction it is going. And I am personally very optimistic about President Trump's winning this election in a very big number. And the only thing which I am really thinking about this right now, that the counting of the ballots and the counting of Pennsylvania stopped the counting of the ballots at this point of time. Of course, Pennsylvania, President Trump is leading. And there are some states which are also still not giving us the better results or whatever you can say. So we will have to wait for at least 1 or 2 days to get the final results and to declare President Trump the winner of this election. And there are so many issues at stake at this point of time, because President Trump did a lot of things, and hypothetically Biden wins.
You muted your mic again, sir. Sorry.
So your microphone got muted again, sir. Hemantji, your microphone got muted. Hemantji, your microphone is muted, sir. I think it got muted by mistake. Hemantji, if your microphone is muted, yeah. Sorry, we missed the last part. You said hypothetically if Biden wins, and then you got cut off. If you could repeat, please.
It's okay now?
Yes, now it's good. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So yes, I was telling that the country was going to a particular direction, and hopefully President Trump wins, and we will continue to go in that direction. And I'm very optimistic that President Trump will win. We have to wait for a day or two in order to get the final results. RJ.
So let me ask you one question, Hemantji. You might be correct. We might be wrong. We don't know. But shouldn't there be like a projected win? Ke, haan, you know, लगता है कि Trump ही जीतेंगे, या लगता है Biden. You know, they give you a feel like how they call out the states that we are calling out. Most of the channels, if you see, we called out when we were opening up the show. Don't you think there would be a projected win?
Yeah, see, as I told you, this election is a very, very peculiar than the other elections America has ever seen. and the counting of ballots, mail-in ballots, and this has all created a tremendous kind of uncertainty for the declaring the particular even projections. What we are doing at this point of time, I'm not very sure. But the Biden is being shown as some 223 electoral votes and all that, but that is good. That will change drastically, according to me, within a period of within a 1 or 2 days. And the uncertainty in the counting of ballots is going to really a big issue here to get the final election results.
As a Republican, given what happened in Arizona, what do you think would have probably gone wrong? Because Arizona was a Sun Belt state, which was always Mr. Trump's, backcountry. Like, what do you think went wrong there?
Yeah, Arizona was supposed to be with President Trump, and still it can change. So they are just projecting that Arizona is won by Biden. But according to me, let the complete results come in, and then we should be able to take a final look at that.
So you are waiting for the outcome of the mail-in ballots, basically, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Well, which is true. In fact, this time there's a major preponderance of mail-in ballots. But in many of the cases where they've declared, like say Arizona, sir, you're saying, let's wait for the thing. But it seems like, these are sort of
most of the channels and the pollsters are saying that Joe Biden won. But if I look at the map, only 74% voting has been counted yet, and Donald Trump is 45.2%. Joe Biden is 53.5%. Do you think, Hemanji, that can change?
It will change because the gap is not that wide, which cannot be recovered at some stage of the completion of the counting. And as I said, this election is going to be like uncertain until 3, 4, 5 days as to when the complete counting is done. And most of the people, see, Trump supporters and Trump voters, they have voted today. Trump made an appeal to all the Republicans that they should go and vote on the election day personally. And so most of the votes which are coming in right now, they are the votes which have been casted in advance, or the people have voted earlier. So earlier voting is counted right now, but the Republicans and the Trump supporters who have voted on today, those all votes are still required to be counted, and that will change the entire scene.
Okay. So Mr. Hemant Bhatt, Harry is giving a different perspective compared to what Mr. Kapoor.
That's very interesting. I mean, we have had a guest all night, and you kind of jumbled up our thoughts. And now I was thinking we're going to have a party tonight, and now we got to delay until the weekend, I guess.
Well, I'll tell you, Harry, I know very well about the electoral, the mail-in votes, because I work closely with the people over here doing it. And I do think it's not 3 days, it could even be as far out as 10 days. And please correct me wrong, because you see, when you get a mail-in ballot, you have to first receive it in the system. Then you have to have a team which verifies each and every signature. It's cross-checked against your driving license or any other record, or whether you've your party change form, whatever. Thereafter, it's verified, and then it's put in for it's processed. After processing, only then is it counted. So
this news just came in. Trump is declared a winner in Texas. He has Texas.
Oh, this is news.
Just now, Trump was declared a winner in Texas. It has come in. And look at Mr. Hemanji. He's just running towards the TV and looking at the TV right now.
Yeah, but I was looking at this side, so I just turned my chair to the TV side. So the gap. See, Harry, did you see the gap is now narrowing to a great extent, and still the election counting and so many things are still to be done. And if the gap is really shortened, I'm telling you, President Trump and Republicans are winning landslide. It's a matter of time.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I understand that there is a possibility of Mr. Trump still retaining his presidency, but I wouldn't know if it'll be a landslide, Hemantji. I mean, I share your enthusiasm, but I understand.
I understand, but see, that is the exact reason we have to understand that the counting, the mail-in ballots, the people who have voted today, and because they are going to count the votes which have been casted in earlier voting thing, and they are going to count the votes which are given today at a later stage. So when the votes are counted today in the later stage, I mean at the later stage, that will change entire equation.
Well, thank you so much, Hemantji, you for your time, and also thank you for all you do in the community. I personally have seen you work and build your organization from a small organization to organization of national standing, which is pretty close even with the senior leadership of the Republican Party. And it's great that people like you in our community is taking the Republican cause, or or involving community members in national policy making too. Thank you so much, Hemantji, for coming onto the show.
Thank you. I will just add, I will just add here one thing here, RJ, that you very rightly said. See, basically, like South Asian Republican Coalition has been a grassroots level organization, and we have been able to create tremendous awareness in the Indian American community about the Republican Party. And that is the exact reason why SARC has been recognized by the Indian Voices for Trump Coalition Advisory Board. They have appointed me as an advisor. So, but then this is not like one man army. This is like entire community which is with us. Sanjeev Pandya, of course, was very helpful to us when we launched the organization. So it is with the support of all our friends and everybody who is with us. And thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you, sir. God bless. Stay safe. Stay healthy.
You too. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Sanjeev, good to see you, brother. And Vibhuti ji, how are you, sir?
Very well, Harry. Happy to be back again, and thank you to you and RJ Toy for bringing such a good news. Ohio is with Trump, and you just announced Texas.
Let me just point out something else now. Now we were watching 8 states, so we've lost Arizona. I mean, they say Biden wins Arizona. But out of let's take the 8, with -1 Arizona, 3 Trump has. He has Ohio, he has Florida, and he has Texas. So
and he's
4
leading
more
heavily, and he's leading heavily in Georgia.
He's leading very heavy in Georgia. Let me tell you that right now, 77% in. He's 53.5%. Joe Biden is 45.2%. Trump is leading with almost 350,000 votes.
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, in North Carolina as well, that's very close, 94% in. Trump is 50.1%. Joe Biden is 48.7%. Trump is leading almost by 136,000 votes.
Well, we have Mr. Vibhuti Jha.
Yes.
And also Mr. Sanjeev Shobhan Sanjeev also here, and Mr. Shobhan. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right.
And
Thank you.
The thing is, will you progress to the next presidency, or I don't think so. I don't think we'll have anything till tomorrow or day after. It'll probably be 3 days. But it's been a lot of seesaw. I mean, the last time I was on with you, Sanjeev, it was Republican this way. Then when I came on with Harry, it was the Democrats the other way. So it's been a seesaw evening all evening today.
I think this election is like the cricket match where like the super over pe super over ho raha
Bilkul, absolutely. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so very much.
Have a good night. I shall see you tomorrow on Radio Zindagi 7:40 a.m. Toy, lovely. Doing the show with you, Vibhuti ji, Shobhan ji, Sanjeev.
Thank you, Harry.
Ladies and gentlemen, Harry will join tomorrow for his show, Carry On Harry, at 5 o'clock. And RJ Toy will bring in his show, Totally Toy, at 4 o'clock right here on Radio Zindagi. Gentlemen, thank you. Wish you all, wish both of you good night. Take care, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And let's hope that victory goes our way. All right.
Okay, bye.
Okay, it is exactly midnight. Let me just take a short break for the station ID, and then Vibhuti ji and Shobhan ji, I will be with you in this last hour of the election 2020 show right here on Radio Zindagi. Just give me about a minute or so. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
WXMC, Parsippany, New Jersey, rebroadcasting 96.7 FM, W244DU, Edison, New Jersey. Trump or Biden, who will be the next president? Radio Zindagi brings live coverage, first time on South Asian media, presidential election 2020. Catch us live every hour to analyze the results with party experts and guest panel, starting 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. on 6:30 a.m. IST on the Radio Zindagi Network, Radio Zindagi Facebook page, Indian ITV, YouTube, the Daily Hunt. Download.
All right, it's 12:02 time here in the Radio Zingi's Edison studio in New Jersey. And once again, in this fifth hour, happy to be with you. I am Sanjeev, and now I'm joined by two great gentlemen whose views and whose thoughts are always worth to listen to and to understand. One is Mr. Vibhuti Jha, and then the other one is Shobhan Saxena. Gentlemen, I feel like it's deja vu of the Eye on the White House. You know, that's our weekly show, and this Sunday we're gonna have the part number 6 of the 6-week series of the Eye on a White House show. And today we are talking about this road to White House, or 270 to get to the White House. And what an interesting result is so far. You know, everyone is saying that it will take a couple of days before we have final result, but Shobhanji, I think we may know something close to 80-90% of it tonight or by early tomorrow morning. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so, Sanjeev. I think so many predictions about this election have been wrong. You, me, and Vibhuti have been talking about this election for 5 weeks now through our program, the Eye on White House, and it's good to be back here. Like the opinion polls have already proved to be wrong. Even if Biden wins, it's not going to be a big win for him, as predicted by opinion polls. The media largely has been proven to be wrong. And I think all this talk about that the result will take a few days is again going to be wrong, because I think if you look at the biggest states like Florida and Texas, almost 95-97% votes have been counted. So which means that counting is progressing very fast, very well. And I believe we may have the election early morning tomorrow. If not the complete result, a very clear understanding of which way the wind is blowing. We have fairly good idea already. It's not going to be a big landslide win for Joe Biden as was predicted by the pollsters or media. That's not going to happen. And it's you talked about deja vu. I think it's like deja vu of 2016.
Yes.
It's again down to 3 states: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and Arizona. Arizona has been the only surprise of the night, which has flipped. So far, it seems like that it has flipped from Republicans to Democrats. But again, it's down to those 3 states. And I think we may have the election result by tomorrow noon, if not early. It's quite possible.
Okay. Good. Before I go to Vibhuti, Shobhanji, the reason I said Arizona, and I thought Arizona wouldn't come to Donald Trump because Donald Trump's, some kind of disliking of a late Senator John McCain. And Arizonians, they hold John McCain at such a high respect. And before John McCain passed away, Donald Trump and John McCain were involved in a verbal war many times. And even after John McCain's passing away, his daughter, Cindy McCain, who's been very vocal, opposing Donald Trump and his policies. So I had a kind of feeling that Arizona would go to Biden. That has happened. But Texas and Florida, I was a bit nervous about both of them, and Ohio. And Trump has gotten all 3 of them. Anyway, Vibhuti, your thoughts on that, please go ahead.
It is Arizona is, if you call it a flip, that means he won it in 2016, right? So John McCain factor is no longer that important in Arizona. What is important in Arizona is the influx of a lot of immigrants who have moved there, who were earlier Democrats in many other states. So there has been a huge amount of settlement of migrants in that state. And that state was a toss-up. It was not a guaranteed win for Trump. That's why he went to Arizona a couple of times to retain. But what is important here is that it is back to, as we have often used that word deja vu all over again, is the fact that, well, it is those 3 or 4 states, Michigan, Wisconsin. But what is significant here is that Trump has won Florida, Ohio, and he's likely to looking like winning Michigan and
Georgia.
The important part is Pennsylvania here. Pennsylvania, he is still leading big time. He is still leading by a significant about 400,000 votes approximately. But the counties and the areas which have not been counted, they are heavily pro-Biden. And that is why they are not calling it. And, if you see the Pennsylvania voting map, it looks almost red, except for some of the areas which are heavy Democratic Party, and more than 70% of the votes are Democrats in that area. That is why they are not calling it out. But I have a feeling from the way it looks like Michigan, Wisconsin will go Trump's way. It has become a close one. It's not a landslide for anybody. It is a close one. So whoever gets 280, 272 is kind of a through. But I also heard the news that the Republican Party is likely to challenge the Arizona declaration of result earlier.
Oh, really?
That
is a breaking news.
They talked about it, that they will question why were the results announced early. Well, still so many more votes are to be counted.
Okay. To reply to your comment, and then I'll go to a very important topic right after that. Michigan and Wisconsin, right? Both the states, I thought Trump would lose it most likely. Let's say Michigan, I thought for sure that he would lose it because Michigan governor and Donald Trump, they've been involved in the verbal war also. Right. And a lot of negativity has been spread throughout the state about Donald Trump and the Republican Party in Michigan. And Joe Biden did most of the campaigning in Michigan, thought that they would win it. Even, Obama was up there and saying a lot of things, and then in Michigan also. And Wisconsin, because of Kenosha town, and because of that incident in Kenosha, and I thought maybe Biden and Kamala Harris would campaign so heavily over there and try to get Wisconsin in their kitty just because of black community votes and everything. But surprisingly, it's going Donald Trump's way, and that's very interesting. All right, now let's talk about something really important. Shobhanji, earlier you said that this result so far has been quite surprising. Right before election, Vibhuti and Shobhanji, just a day before and 2 days before, looking at all the polls, and the polls were saying Joe Biden leading nationwide anywhere from 10 points to come down to as low as 8 points. Everywhere, okay, except 1 or 2 polls, which is, I think, Trafalgar poll, and there's another poll. They were saying that Donald Trump is either neck to neck or having slight edge. All of a sudden, Vibhuti, they came out with the poll numbers late last night and early today, saying that Joe Biden is now leading by 6 to 7 points. Now there is a 3% margin of error, MOE, in these polls. So my question to you is that, are these polls are worth to trust or believe if the results are coming out this way?
A very good question. As one very famous pollster had opined, that if this election will decide whether we will be in business or not. And he's a major pollster. I'm not deliberately naming him here. He does a lot of polling, lot of direct, undecided voter review. And he said that if Trump wins, and if Biden doesn't win by the percentage that we are talking about, this business will die. Yes. And that's what it seems to be looking like. Even though a lot of people had said that the pollsters had fixed the kinks of 2016 that they didn't expect. Therefore, they were far more accurate this time. I had said in my article, which I wrote, and I have said it in a couple of other places, that you may have fixed the kinks of 2016. What about the shenanigan of 2020 or the uncertainty of 2020?
Good point.
We will know about those only after this election is over. So this is again said that you can you can make an intelligent guesstimate, but you cannot claim a 9 percentage point or 10 percentage point gain. Whereas we know that the popular vote, there is only a million difference.
Yes.
So the question here is, yes, polling as a business will be a suspect business because now people have begun to understand that polling is a function of how the question is shaped to you. It's like saying that, did you beat your wife yesterday? Yes and no, both are dangerous answers. Because yes is an admittance, no is that, okay, yesterday you did not beat, you beat her day before.
But day before yesterday. Absolutely, yes. Very well said. So, yeah, there you go. So not to believe in polls. And Shobhanji, what's your take on it?
Yeah, I mean, polling is always a tricky business, as we have discussed before. And in the age of cell phone, I don't know how the polling is done. Do they go door to door or they call people on landlines? Very few people use landlines. And I think to a large extent, the polling companies are out of touch with the America's changing demography. The sample size is wrong, everything is wrong. And what happened in 2016 when they got it completely wrong, they said, we're going to fix it. Also, the media said, we're going to fix the problem. I remember New York Times ran a very big story saying that we have been out of touch with reality. We've been out of touch with common Americans. We're going to fix it. We're going to put more reporters on the ground and find out what's happening in America. I think both pollsters as well as the media has not learned any lesson from 2016. The pollsters were wrong. They've been wrong again. Everybody knows American election is not a national election. It's not about popular vote. It's purely about electoral college, and that's how campaigning is done. Donald Trump will never go to California to campaign. It doesn't make any sense for him. Similarly, Joe Biden will not go to a campaign in North Dakota because he's not going to win it.
Same thing. Donald Trump didn't come to New York, didn't come to New Jersey, the part of East Coast, Shobhanji. But there was no reason for him to come because he knew that he's not going to gain anything out of it. It will be a waste of time for him.
Yeah, so the election, there are 10 to 12 states which are in play, called the battleground states, or we can call them swing states. And the election is, so doing a national poll, who's more popular, who's leading in national polling is completely meaningless. And then again, I think we saw in many polls that the race has become tight in those battleground states, especially Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And we saw very low energy from Joe Biden's campaign in these states. The same thing was said about Hillary Clinton. She didn't go to Michigan and she lost it.
Because she took it for granted. She thought it was definitely her state and she would have it. And she got a lot of criticism for that after the election for not going to Michigan.
Yes, and Trump was doing this in the past 1 week. I think this election changed in the past 1 week. The number of rallies.
He was there. He was there last night at 1 a.m. Shobhanji. 1 a.m. He was there giving his last speech.
And Biden constantly he's going out and then he goes back to his basement. I mean, you don't campaign like that.
All right.
I think he beat the pollsters.
The other factor also very important.
Big mistake.
The other factor also is very important.
Quickly, then I'm going to introduce our guest.
Okay. One of the very important factors is that this team of Democrats is a remarkably the weakest candidature that I have ever seen in the campaigns.
Okay. So anyway, with that note, Shobhanji and Vibhuti, I'd like you to join me to welcome Mr. Rajendra Dechipalli, who is the Director of Communications and also a lifelong Democrat. And there he is, Rajendra ji, very regular on the Radio Zindagi. Good evening, good morning to you, sir. Welcome to the show. Rajendra ji, your mic is off. That's better.
Thank you for bringing me on, and greetings to all the viewers of Radio Zindagi.
Viewers,
it's a very interesting race today.
Yes.
As you're seeing, it all boils down to 2 or 3 states.
What has been so surprising so far to you about the results which has come in?
Well, one thing is good that Arizona, Biden is doing well. After a very long time, he's flipping it to blue. and Pennsylvania is going to be a long night. So I think overall it's a close race, and I definitely think Biden will make it.
Oh wow! Okay. Okay. So
Well,
this is
Sanjeev,
a
close race, but I think Biden will make it.
Biden is going to make a statement shortly. Yeah, so that's interesting.
That's even though in this nail-biting finish, Rajenderji, you think that Biden will reach the finish line before Donald Trump reaches?
Yes, because most of the battlegrounds states are still close to call, and I don't think so. The results will be out this evening. We will go into tomorrow. That is what I am thinking.
But we'll get somewhat idea. We'll get, in my opinion, we'll get about 80 to 90% idea that, which way it's going to be leaning and who would be the next president of USN.
I think, yes, Pennsylvania will be the key state that will practically be important to both of them.
Surprisingly, Donald Trump is doing so well in Pennsylvania.
He is right now leading by over 11 points, but most of the Democratic counties have not been counted, and I'm sure Joe Biden has a good shot, especially the black areas in Pennsylvania.
In the Michigan, Trump is ahead by about 300 points. What do you think, Rajenderji? Which way Michigan is going to go?
I think Michigan, Trump has a better chance as of now. But as I told you, from what I see, Pennsylvania is a key. Pennsylvania is a key state for both of them.
Besides Pennsylvania, what are the other states you think Joe Biden will have in order to reach to 270?
Well, New Hampshire he's doing very well. North Carolina is a toss-up, and I think these two states will. Biden has a decent chance.
In the other states, Rajenderji, now let's talk something else. In the other states, such as Florida and Texas, when Democrats were very hopeful after campaigning that they will be able to turn that states into blue, or they will be able to steal it from Republicans, what went wrong over there? What happened to those Texans and Floridians that they didn't follow Biden's message?
See, both these states are basically red states. I don't think so. It would have been a major surprise had Biden pulled it off. But having come so close in Florida, it gives a lot of hope for the Democratic Party going forward. And Texas, I don't think so they ever stood a chance. But the racist attacks in the last few weeks helped the party a lot. And I think the Democratic Party picked up a lot there.
Okay. Vibhuti-ji, Shobhan-ji, whenever you feel like to jump in and ask any question.
Rajendra, hi, Vibhuti Jha here. I trust you know me.
Yes.
So I just wanted to check with you on one aspect, that how do you think the polls favored Mr. Biden so much by 10 percentage points and everything else? What seems to have not happened in his favor?
Well, I do not know. Last time also, Trump came back from behind Hillary. In fact, if I remember correctly, till 11:30, Hillary was leading. And then in the morning, after that, I watched till 11:30 last time. And then in the morning, Trump came back very strongly. And
in about 2 hours, about 2 hours, yes, between 1 and 2, the whole result changed. I mean, the entire game changed. It was like, it was like bottom of the ninth.
I think the reason being that Trump supporters kept quiet and they just voted very quietly. That is my thinking. Most of these Trump supporters, unlike Biden supporters, did not comment anything, and they voted very quietly. So that made a difference, I feel.
Do you think that Biden's campaign strategy was at fault, that they were not able to capitalize on the fact that the polling was so much in their favor? It almost looked like the pollsters wanted Biden to win. And so the question here is that, did Biden take advantage of that opportunity, or he has let it slip by?
I do not think Biden was campaigning till the last moment. I don't think so. He took the race very easily because of the 10-point lead. They did all they could. They gave it their best shot. But as I said, the Trump supporters are different from the regular Republican supporters. They kept quiet and voted very quietly, like last time in 2016. That made the huge difference. So, but we
one
still
final
have
question from me is about
long night. Go ahead.
One final question from me is that did Obama campaign help or hinder? And I will pre-qualify it by saying that, in my opinion, it didn't help.
You asked the question and you answered it already.
I said, in my opinion, it didn't help. So I want to hear his opinion on that.
I think, Obama's campaign helped in mobilizing some of these black voters because of the Black Lives Matter issue that has been going on. And he did campaign in the battleground states, but I don't think so. The states that really matter, especially his background, his backyard, like Michigan, and of course, Illinois, it did help a little bit, I guess, but he should have been able to help the party win Michigan easily.
Right. And that is a very important point you mentioned about Michigan.
Virginia also, and Virginia, the party won.
Yeah, one of the weaknesses of the Obama co-opting was that throughout the primary, Biden was his vice president for 8 years. And in the primaries, until the primaries were over and until Biden got the nomination, Obama not once commented or endorsed him. And Biden kept saying, I don't need that endorsement. Do you think that there was something happened between them?
I don't think so. Obama and Biden have a very good team. And in fact, I think Obama had a lot of say in the choice of Kamala Harris as the running mate for Biden. Obama has always praised Biden, and I think they were a very good team. Let's see, it's a long night. I'm sure Biden will. Yes, Biden, as of now, is still leading in the electoral votes, and right. I'm sure we are hopeful.
Let me ask you a question. Are you going to stay up? Are you going to stay up till the end, or are you going to?
I'm going to stay up for a few more hours.
Like 2016.
I'm going to stay up for a few more hours.
I thought so.
And I will tell you what really excited me. I am an independent guy, but what really excited me is the choice of Kamala Harris as the vice presidential candidate that made me lean towards the Democratic Party. I think I see in her a leader that can transform the US-India relations to the next level.
Okay, let me ask you a question on that one. And Vibhuti and Shobhanji join me as we are having a very intellectual, thoughts and views on this matter. Why do you say, Rajendraji, that you were very happy with choice of Kamala Harris? The reason I'm asking you this question that during Democratic primary, there were other individuals who impressed me much, and I think they were very good. One is Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg was very sensible, was very precise and point to point. And as you know, that after he dropped out of the race, he's been helping Biden and Kamala Harris till last day of the election during their campaign. The other person whose comments were very good was Tulsi Gabbard. I found Tulsi Gabbard, having intellectual answers to some questions. Kamala Harris didn't really impress me during primary, and that was Biden's choice. I'm okay, but with the India relationship, that's not the only thing we should really matter, because we live in USA. Next generation is going to live in USA. We should be focusing on a US person. So
if you see in the debates, I think Kamala was definitely one of the better persons in the run-up to the Democratic Party nominations till Tulsi Gabbard attacked Kamala, and then that's when Kamala started slipping away. She never recovered after that. Yes. But I do think among all the Democratic Party candidates, Kamala Harris was one of the better speakers during the Democratic Party nominations.
Okay.
And she has a good track record, and she's very articulate. So she will make a very good leader, and I'm sure she will make a very good vice president and a president.
You are absolutely right that Kamala Harris is a brilliant speaker. But the question is whether she was good enough leader or not, because her presidential campaign, if you say that one attack from one fact statement from Tulsi Gabbard demolished her campaign, then she, in my opinion, she was a very bright spark. But the flame went out very quickly, unfortunately for her. The flame, because she walked out of the race. And, I think she doesn't bring anything specific. Like, for example, Mr. Pence brought the Midwest Christian, Catholic, evangelical votes to the presidential campaign of Mr. Trump. Kamala Harris, being a Californian, she didn't bring California to the Biden campaign vote. She didn't add anything to the US election frame of reference. She's not even Black. She claimed herself as a Black leader. She didn't claim that she's Indian. She didn't even introduce herself, unfortunately, that she was a daughter of a Tamil Brahmin woman who came here at 19 years of age. It's an amazing story. She's a great success story. I admire her. But I did not approve of her saying that she's, she is a Black. She took her decision, political decision. Nothing wrong about that. But her father is a Jamaican. He's not Black. Even the Blacks say that she's not Black. He's a Jamaican. So,
if Jamaican is not Black, then what is?
There are many Indians who are Jamaicans too, my dear friend.
She did a very good job as a Attorney General of California. She did a very good job as a senator, and she will be the first woman vice president. She brings to the table the fact that she is one of the dynamic women leaders and an inspiration for all the women. So all the women will be enthused by the candidacy of Kamala Harris. And yes, she belongs to all the sections, but the Blacks identify with her because she has a Jamaican father. So I think these are all the factors that her track record as Attorney General, her very good track record as Senator, the fact that she's a woman, and in addition to the fact that her past performance adds to her candidacy. And you saw the way she spoke during the debates. I think she was definitely one of the top 3 debaters in the run-up to the Democratic Party nominations.
Okay. I'm sure you are welcome to the point of view, definitely.
Yeah. I'd like to raise a slightly different point here. This election is happening in the middle of a very extraordinary circumstances. There's a pandemic, there's an economic crisis, there's a racial tensions on the streets of America. And America has not really handled the pandemic very well. And this had given Democrats right ammunition to target President Trump, and they should have won the election very easily. But we don't know the result yet. We'll may know tomorrow. But it's going down to the wire. It should not have gone to the wire. Joe Biden should have been in a very comfortable position to win this election. And in my opinion, one of the factors, very important factors, is we talked about all the candidates. We talk about Kamala Harris, Tulsi Gabbard, and other candidates. You talk about Pete Buttigieg. The Bernie Sanders factor. I think Bernie Sanders has not been utilized properly by the Democratic Party. It's very sad to see Bernie campaigning for Joe Biden. And Joe Biden made appearances with Barack Obama. He never made an appearance with Bernie Sanders. And he's spent a lot of time and energy distancing himself from Bernie Sanders, saying, I'm not socialist. Everybody knows Joe Biden is not socialist. He has nothing to do with socialism. But I think by Trump, by playing that card, the Democratic Party is being hijacked by a socialist squad, or is going to be socialist. He started distancing himself very, very aggressively from Bernie Sanders and his agenda, like Medicare for all, minimum wage, all these things. These are the things the Democratic Party needed to talk about. It's really an irony that the white working class which was traditional Democratic vote bank, if you may say, is now voting for Donald Trump in states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, the Rust Belt, where they had factories. Those states are lying. There are a lot of people who are very unhappy with the economic situation, with inequality in America. And these should be natural Democratic Party voters. But by distancing themselves, Joe Biden from Bernie Sanders, not utilizing him, sidelining him, not talking about his agenda, I think that is, it was an opportunity wasted. I don't know what you think about it, but Bernie Sanders, I think, was a factor in this election. If he had made appearances with Sanders than Obama, he would be in much better position tonight than he is.
Can I answer that question, sir? So, Sanjeev ji,
Yes.
First of all, you're right. 240,000 deaths and counting should have been the death knell for any candidate. It's a very sad state to see the country in this present form, because so many deaths could have easily been avoided had we had better leadership in handling the pandemic, one. And two, he keeps talking about the economy, but if you see the balance sheets, we have the highest debt in the country ever. The way we've handled the stimulus packages also, there's a lot to be questioned. I don't think so they did the right way. And three, the decency and undignified behavior of the highest office has been compromised by this president. These all factors should have been effectively utilized. And about your question that whether he should have campaigned with Sanders or whether he should have been seen with Obama, I think he did the right way. There is no way that you should move towards the left. This country is a country that basically recognizes talent and a capitalist country. I think the Democratic Party shouldn't move to the left towards socialist platform. Kamala Harris was basically talking to the progressive Democrats. She was talking to the Sanders groups. And I don't think so the Sanders groups was marginalized like last time in 2016, when Hillary did not reach out to them. The Democratic Party this time did reach out to this group. But Biden had a very good rapport with Obama as his deputy. And he did the best thing that he thought was correct. That is, keep the Democratic Party centered to the left rather than taking it to the left.
I'm very happy to hear from you, Rajendra, that you believe that America is a capitalist society and any drift towards left will ruin the country, and it's not the basic. The country is powerful, wealthy, and everybody wants to come to America and is willing to give an arm and a leg. Even those people who hate America want to come to America, is because of the opportunity that comes through capitalist principles. Socialism is something that we are all aware of, what it does to the body politic and the economy. But one of the things that is that if 47 years Biden has been in the government in the swamp, and talking about things, I have always wondered, as a journalist, as an economist, a student of economics, business, whenever he complains about a problem in the country, I have only one question: why the hell didn't you fix it? What did you do? I mean, you were Barack Obama's vice president. Shouldn't the black matters have been resolved? Shouldn't immigration have been fixed? And so all the problems that Biden talks about makes it unbelievable that what were you doing? And secondly, talking about character and decency, hey, there are enough number of videos of Biden circulating how he was, mollycoddling with ladies of every age, and how his whole campaign of 1988 had to be scuttled and had to drop out because he was accused of plagiarism, and he admitted that. So the man is a cheat right from the beginning. So why should I trust him today?
One thing, the vice president or the senator doesn't have the same powers as the president. And yes, as vice president, we saw Biden perform during the economic recession in 2009. He headed the economic revival plan that Obama put in place, and the country was in a very critical stage. They revived the economy and gave back a fledgling economy to the country after 2009 recession. So I think talking about economic performance and Trump has a magic wand will not work. And two, every child looks up to a leader of a stature of president or vice president. And when you're sitting in that office, you have to maintain the decorum. We have seen this president demolish the dignity of this office. My kids or any other kid watching the president will feel very embarrassed for the language and the type of words that he uses on women or whether on the media. It is shameful for this president. I think America deserves a better leader.
You have a very valid points, and there's nothing to argue from me or anyone else, because what you're saying is absolutely true, and then there's nothing to argue about it. Anyway, with that note, Rajendraji, I'd like to thank you for your time joining us in this very special show. And listen, whether your candidate, my candidate, his candidate, her candidate, their candidate, whatever it is, let's just hope that America gets into better hands for the next 4 years, because so much is at the stake, from Medicare to Social Security to Affordable Care Act, and
the unity of the country is at stake more than anything.
Absolutely. Bringing everybody else together in the country, and to have that to restore faith and dignity in the country. It's very much important, Rajendraji. So once again, thank you so very much for your time, and let's wish all of us good, and let's hope for the best.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. Thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Thank you.
Rajendraji.
All right.
Thank you.
Coming back to you, Vibhuti and Shobhanji, as we have about 20 minutes left into this 5th hour of the election special on Radio Zindagi and everywhere else. We are on YouTube, Radio Zindagi. We are on Daily Hunt, the OTT platform in India. So everywhere this is going live. Now let's talk about something else. Should Donald Trump win and then stays in the White House? Obviously, one question is, what if he doesn't have a majority in the Senate? But beside that, my question to you is, Vibhuti, what's going to happen to those Republicans who turned their backs on Donald Trump, thinking that Democrat candidate has better chance to win? One such person is Ohio Governor John Kasich. The other two, Mitt Romney, kind of kept a balance in between. He went away a little bit, but then he came back, and he stayed in that position because he knew that he wouldn't be risking any more of his chance to be in the politics. So my point is, besides John Kasich, there are many other fellows. What's going to happen to them if Donald Trump is again the president for the next 4 years?
Of course, it will be their individual choices, since they made the decision about, Mitt Romney made the decision not to support Trump. He said that I did not vote for him in 2016. I will not vote for him in 2020. So having made that decision, he will remain an insignificant senator without any additional responsibility, and voting for Democratic agenda whenever time permits, trying to leverage his position out. But John Kasich and all, he's no longer the governor. I don't know whether he's still a governor or not.
No, he's not. No.
So he will have to go back to retirement from Republican Party or join Democratic Party to remain. But in politics, it happens. The people, Ben Sass and others, who took a moralistic. See, this is what Rajendra was talking about, moral part of it. Politics is a dangerous occupation. Everybody is wrong if you don't agree with me. Morals go to hell.
It's either my way or the highway.
Yeah, moral is a quotation. It's like saying that I believe that people who are weak and deceitful use human rights as a shield to attack other countries. Likewise, morality is from my point of view. So it need not be brought in political conversation, because people take decisions based on what is popularly known as vote according to your conscience.
Yes.
But your conscience is welcome to you. My conscience is welcome to me. Who is wrong and who is right?
But it's such a sensitive issue.
It is.
One can't argue with it. So it might as well, your opinion is your opinion, my opinion is
Yes,
my opinion.
correct.
Let's not discuss it any further. That's why you just want to leave the conversation right there.
Absolutely.
Shobhanji, come on in. What you wanted to say?
Sanjeev, and by the way, Florida has just been called for Donald Trump. He's won Florida, and he's leading by 16 points in Pennsylvania, or 10 points Michigan, Wisconsin by almost 6 points. So I think it's very much clear to me which way this election is going. But let's not call it unless it's officially
No,
called.
absolutely not. No, absolutely not.
You
Yes.
talked about you talked about Republican Party. There's a project called the Lincoln Project.
Lincoln Project. That's my next question to both of you. Yes, go ahead. 2.6 million Republicans have become part of that. And one of the founders of that Lincoln Project, Vibhutiji, is Kellyanne's husband, who is initiated the Lincoln Project because they just didn't agree with only one person, that's Donald Trump.
Yeah. Also, I think Sanjeev will have to step back in past a little bit to see what happened in 2015 when Trump was running for president. He defeated 17 candidates to win the Republican Party nomination, and those 17 people were governors, former governors, senators, congressmen, dynasts like Jeb Bush, and all were against him, and he still won the nomination. Since then, this Republican Party is now Donald Trump's party. You like it or not, he's going to cast this party in his own image, and if he wins this election, which looks more likely now, this party will be completely Donald Trump's party, and you won't be surprised if in 2024 the candidate could be someone from Trump family. It's quite
Donald
like
Trump
it's
Jr.
quite
Donald Trump Jr. is working on it.
Donald
yes.
Trump Jr., Ivanka, anyone, because now this party is not the RNC of Ronald Reagan or George Bush. Is something different. The people who vote for Donald Trump, they're not voting for RNC. They're voting for Donald Trump. He has created his own constituency. For whatever reasons, we can go into the reasons, or maybe tomorrow or day after when we have more analysis election. So the people who left the RNC, they're not coming back. The door is shut on them. Whether it's Lincoln Project, whether it's Mitt Romney, all the people, they're out of it. I think as far as Donald Trump is concerned, he doesn't care. I think those careers are practically over.
Okay, good point. Anyway, Lincoln Project, I think Lincoln Project is going to fade away. As we speak right now, gentlemen, Joe Biden is giving a speech from his headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. Let me see if I can get some kind of audio, at least for our listeners. Let's see, hold on.
It is basically a thank you speech, because it can't be a concession speech. It won't be a victory speech.
Yes.
So he's thanking his voters for having come out and voted for him.
Absolutely. And he's saying that we'll know the result by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we'll know the result by tomorrow morning. And the earlier point Shobhan had mentioned was a very powerful point. And that was something which I agreed with, that somewhere along the line, coronavirus being the kind of disaster that country has experienced, it ought to have been a shoe-in for a challenger, and it is not. And there is a very important reason for that. And that is where the trap in which the Democrats fell by themselves. And that trap was that in the initial stages, 5 of the large states that were hit hardest by the coronavirus were all Democratic states: New York, California, New Jersey, Washington, Oregon. And these governors went on record thanking Trump for all the help that he could give, including heaping praise on Trump and his administration for doing everything that they could.
True, very true.
Second was a very important point, that after the Operation Warp Speed was brought about to bring vaccines and medicines or treatments, two biggest Democrat states, New York and governor of New Jersey, New York and California, they made a rather ridiculous statement that after the vaccine has come, we will subject it to our examination, and our doctors and our health department will approve, then we will let our people have it. You see the dichotomy in which the Democratic Party puts itself, that it is not a medicine or a vaccine is not made by Trump Inc. It is made by pharmaceutical companies approved by FDA with proper disclosures, of course. The point is, this is where the Democratic Party lost the argument on coronavirus and solving the problem.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, anyway, like Shobhanji said, that it's too early for us to even say anything as we are in the last 15 minutes to wrap up the show. But gentlemen, would you believe me if I say this, that I am itching so badly to say something about the election, but I'm holding it back. Obviously, no, because listen, obviously we can't just endorse and we can't announce it on our own. Yeah, TV channel, as you know, in the past, unknown TV channels, they have made a mistake. They have said so and so channel projects such and such person as the next president of USA, and then after a while they can change it. They can say sorry, it was a mistake, but we cannot do that, and we shouldn't do that. And it's a very sensitive matter right now, respecting all the Democratic followers and the Republican followers. But I tell you, this is quite interesting. In the most of the states, Donald Trump is leading, in a very, very comfortable, with a very comfortable margin. So anything could happen right now. 237 for Joe Biden and 213 for Donald Trump. And the Montana is about 57% reporting. It's Donald Trump is leading by 7 points, very comfortably 7 points. So let's see what happens. But
the Pennsylvania lead has gone up by 700,000 votes.
Yes, yeah. Pennsylvania, I think it's not going to be looking back for Joe Biden. That's gone right here. Pennsylvania, 57% to 42%, and about 65% voting is done. That's 20 electoral votes that we are looking into it. Talk about electoral votes and our viewers all over the world outside the USA. I'd like to get your comment on it. There has been some talk about electoral votes because in the 2000 election and 2016 election, we saw that electoral votes made the winner. You think it will change in the future and then it will go by popular votes as Democrats would want to change?
You're asking me or
sometime, any one of you, sometime in the future.
Yeah, something very different. I think Joe Biden just made a very, very short statement where he just thanked his voters, and Donald Trump has just tweeted that they're trying to steal the election. His tweet came out, so it's all boiling down to Pennsylvania, and he said votes cannot be counted after polls are closed. This is his tweet just now, exactly 30 seconds ago, and it's being discussed right now.
I think he shouldn't mess up. He shouldn't mess up right now with this kind of messages. He really shouldn't do that. I mean, he's being very stubborn about that the votes can be counted after midnight. No, that's not the case. I mean, he forgot that in 2016 his winning election was announced around 2 o'clock at night. Right now it's not even 1 o'clock. So he shouldn't be sending out these messages. But anyway, Joe Biden thanking his followers and telling them, supporters, telling them to go home for the night, and then we'll meet up again tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, and hopefully by then we'll have results. So let's see what happens. But anyway, as my point was, would they change, even though it's in a constitution, but would they ever change to from electoral college to popular votes?
It's an electoral college. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just very see the American Constitution is a truly federal constitution. America is a truly federal country. The power of elections or to make rules about it has been given to the states. To change that, you have to change the constitution, and maybe to change not just the national constitution, but also change the constitution of all the states. I don't think the two parties will ever agree on that. Okay. It's very, very difficult. And people say it's an outdated system. But I think in some senses it also makes sense because the smaller states are not in disadvantage. If you have, if you give power to a population with then the votes of California and New York, those big states will count. What happens to Montana and Wyoming and smaller states? It's not like India. I mean, the UP gets such a small position in national politics because it has highest number of seats in the parliament.
Yeah.
I think in certain sense, it brings a balance. And this system has worked for 200 plus years. And I don't know. Of course, there's a demand for change of it. It will happen. I doubt it. I would like to hear more from Vibhuti.
I totally agree with you because I feel this is the only country in the world where you have the federal structure in which the smaller states, less populated states also have a right to nominate a role played in the presidential election. And you again drew upon the very nice parallel with India, because when it is one man, one vote system, parliamentary system, popular vote, it was UP and Bihar, which had 80 and 50 seats that made up of 25% of the MPs in the parliament. So the important part is here is that electoral college system gives even the smaller states 2 senators and establishes a sense of balance and equality. Otherwise, as we very rightly said, Shobhanji, that New York and California, that's all you need to do to win, to become, because these are the 2 big states will determine everything else. And everybody else becomes a marginalized state. So it is a very interesting concept. Yeah, I mean, for example, there is a Democratic Party, they are so upset with Trump and the Republican Party changing the structure of the Supreme Court and all, that they want to increase the thing. They want to convert more states as democratic states, Puerto Rico, and give Washington, to create a structure in which Republican Party never comes back. Guess what? If they have the presidency, the Senate, and the House, they may probably be able to do that. But that's where the American system of, is very effective, checks and balances. And as you rightly said, the constitutional amendment in this regard will be very difficult to pass.
Okay, it was just a news in the trending, and that's why I wanted to get your opinion on it, because today's generation, I tell you, gentlemen, does not understand this electoral college system at all. They just can't. Some of them think there's a college named Electoral College where you go in there and study. That's how bad they are in understanding this concept.
That is the state of education. That's an important challenge.
Yes,
right?
Bilkul, very true. So let's see what happens. But as we are winding down the show, I don't know. Donald Trump had a 304 electoral college, 304 or 306?
306.
306.
304, 306, whatever.
Something like that. Close to. Somehow I have the 304 number stuck in my head for so many years. That's why I said 304.
Okay.
Let's see if he's able to recreate the magic again in 2020. I don't know if it's going to be 304, but seems like it. Here, Michigan is 59% reporting, and Donald Trump is ahead by 10 points in the Michigan. So it will be very hard for Biden to come back, with that 10-point and a couple of 100,000 votes lead to get that state. So let's see what happens. But it's getting quite interesting. Let's see what happens, and talk about House and Senate. As some people say that, what if Donald Trump doesn't have majority in House and Senate? But listen, in 2 years, there are going to be a number of seats up for grabs in the House as well as in the Senate. Right. And if the things are being done right by Donald Trump and keeping a balance between House and Senate, maybe Republican Party candidates will see a brighter future in about 2 years. So let's see what happens. But gentlemen, I just want to say one thing is that I thank you so much on behalf of Radio Zindagi Management, promoter Mr. Sunil Hali, and then Mr. Nilesh Dasondi. I just want to say thank you so much, because your knowledge and experience brings so much value to this kind of show. And today, you allocated so much time, and then coming on Radio Zindagi and sharing all this intelligent thoughts. I don't think that our South Asian listeners can find it anywhere on South Asian media platform. At Radio Zindagi, we've been very, very fortunate. So, I personally thank you so very much for your time and for sharing your thoughts. I have learned a lot, and I'm sure our listeners must have learned a lot just by, excuse me, just by listening to both of you gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Much appreciate your thoughts. And, it's all a question of mutual opportunity. So, my education, my knowledge is not worthwhile if I don't get on a platform to share it. So it is a mutual appreciation.
Being very modest. You're being
thank
very
you very
modest
much for
about that. Yes. Go ahead, Shobhanji.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you very much. Thanks to Mr. Sunil Hali for taking this initiative. I think this has not been done before in any election, when we have non-stop for 6-7 hours continuous discussion, and with such a star panel of people from different persuasions, from Democratic group, from Republicans, coming to the channel, coming to the Radio Zindagi, this platform. On Facebook Live, we are going on Daily Hunt and watching it and learning from it. It also shows how the Indian media has grown in US, and making an impact, and also the community, they're making an impact in politics, not just as Kamala Harris being there, as a community, and participating in the process, intellectually engaging with it. This is a very, very important development, and Radio Zindagi being part of this initiative is very, very important development. And also our program, I'm sorry to plug in our program again, the Eyes on White House.
I'm just going to say that. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so which we've been doing, is also making an impact. So I think this election has been a game changer for the Indian media in the US also, because the way we have engaged with the whole process. And today's program, really, I've been non-stop participating and watching it, is really very, very inspiring. How it was planned on such a short notice, but done so well. And thanks to you, thanks to Harry, thanks to Mr. Hali for thinking about it, planning it, and taking it to the community. A very good development.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, kudos to all of you to have put this together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sunil, I have known him for many years, and I'm glad we know each other now. And
he shared this thought with me yesterday afternoon, and immediately I said we can start at 8 p.m. And then he goes, okay, let me put it all together. And in just a matter of hours, he started to make phone calls and put everything together. So he is extremely, extremely good in that one. So Sunil, thank you so very much. Along with that, our promoter Neeraj Tasondi, and like you said, Shobhanji, Harry Malhotra and RJ Toy, aka Sudev Datta, are part of Radio Zindagi. They are on-air personalities. But they've been wanting to come and share their views also, which we gave them a platform. I like to thank Neeraj Dhar and then Seba and everyone else in our West Coast. They've been also very, very helpful, and all the guests that came in and joined us during this 5-hour marathon. Started at 8 o'clock, and then here at 1 o'clock, we're just about to wrap it up. Remember, it's 50 states and 538 electoral votes. You only need is 270 to get to the White House, and that number is getting very, very, very close. It's interesting race. Two candidates, two different vision. Let's see that who comes in the White House and how they lead us 4 hours. And I just want to say that the Eye on the White House, the 6th part of the 6-week series, is going to be this Sunday. Viewers and the listeners, you can watch it live on TV. You can watch it live on Radio Zindagi Facebook page. You can hear it live on Radio Zindagi also. And then all the other platform, India Live TV, TV5, Mana TV International, and Aaj Tak US version, as well as right here on Daily Hunt, that you can see it. I must tell you, gentlemen, that election will be over, finally will be over, but I think this kind of show is not going to be over. I have a feeling that we'll continue to be together and come up with a different kind of show in order to share our thoughts and knowledge for our listeners and viewers.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Good night to you. Stay safe,
night.
and we'll connect back in a couple of days for the Eye on the White House show.
Definitely.
Okay.
All right. Thank
Thank
you so
you.
very much.
Thank
Take
you,
care.
Shobhan.
Thank you. With that note, we come to an end of it,
Thank
and
you,
the
Shobhan.
Eye on a White House show
Thank
is going to be at 1 p.m. on Sunday, right here live on Radio Zingi, and you can also watch it on the Facebook page. Tomorrow, when the final election results out, obviously Radio Zingi will announce it, and will bring you all the latest that you need to know, whether tomorrow late morning, early afternoon, whenever that is. To all my listeners and the viewers, on behalf of Radio Zingi management, I am Sanjeev Pandya, thanking you all. Thank you so very much. Shobhanji, Vibhuti, take care of yourself. I am signing off right now, live from the Facebook page. Until we